Alright, and the first quest is 5 sapphires, and we get a helpful little guy in exchange. Alright, I've got those sapphires already, and now we just need emeralds. I'm gonna hand over 10 emeralds, and now we just need another 20. I'll put my amethysts in the chest, and I don't think I can do much more here today. I'm just gonna bring back as many supplies as I can get my hands on. But I did get some more emeralds, oh well. That's too bad. I might have to save these for tomorrow. I can probably do better with whatever rewards I'll get from today, though. I just want to try to bring back some of these supplies that I got with that minigun, though. That thing was insane. I can't believe we got so much off with that. Right, timer is ticking. I think that's all we got out of today. We almost got the second quest. Not bad. 3,530 G. Phew, that really took a lot out of me. I think that's enough to add even more time to the clock now, by another 100 seconds. On top of that, I think we just have to add more low-wage labor, and then we'll get more platforms, and then today we will finish off the other quest. We need 580 coal. It just keeps getting worse. Start day 5. All right, let's move it, men. We have got to do a lot of stuff today if we want to survive. Now that we have all of this generous amount of time, I think I'm going to see if I can get over there to try to get another reward chest. We could use something really good today. I mean, you saw yesterday how good that golden minigun was for a second. That was absolutely necessary for keeping an otherwise terrible run alive. Now we actually got a chance at this run. All right, reward? I'll take more employee collector speed in case if we ever get to that. All right, just gathering up the rest of the materials here. Come on, somebody get some emeralds. I need that mermaid's quest fast. Take, oh, I can improve my jump velocity. That's really useful. Okay, cool. I got more emeralds. Let's try to get another chest here. If we can get those emeralds today, that really improves this whole situation. All right, another chest here. And we got, oh man, it is a golden pickaxe. It is my lucky day. I hope we can get something useful with this. All right, I'm not sure we got any emeralds out of that, but I mean, it was cool. I think we'll have more money for tomorrow now. I just gotta drop off the rest of this fast. Oh, there's like loads of coal down here. All right, we hit the quota, nice. Now we just gotta make the money for tomorrow. All right, we just barely hit the bell. We didn't get it, but all right, how'd we do today? 4,279 G. I think we can get a weak bomber today. Oh, I think we'll get 2 associate miners today. These guys have got great pickaxe strength. 200 and mining speed 71 seconds. That's pretty sweet. And then we'll increase our inventory slots by 10. Pretty useful. Now, these new associate miners have got sapphire pickaxes. These are way better. It's encrusted with sapphires for strength. Sounds stupid, probably is. Well, probably not as stupid as what we were using before. We've got a coal quota of 900 to meet today, though. This is getting to be a lot of coal. Start day 6. All right, everyone is getting ready for a big day of mining coal underground again. Welcome back to the mines, boys. All right, these associate miners are just one-shotting everything. Once again, I guess that the game is giving us like a bonus miner or something for having multiple of them. That's all I can guess. Otherwise, why would...
Mm-hmm.
Ice. Welcome to my channel.
We get so many of them. All right, let's see if we can get them onto this bonus. Oh, awesome. We can get some emeralds today. Increase employee miner damage. Nice. Oh, cool. More emeralds right down here. Come on, let's bring these associate miners over. Nice. More employee miner damage. Awesome. Finish the mermaid's quest. All right, another day over. 4,700 G. That should be enough for us to get a weak bomber. Drops bombs every 10 seconds. Bomb radius 5 tiles. Bomb damage 60. Nothing wrong with that. I think we'll upgrade another one to associate miner. We can just get a couple more platforms here. All right, now we need 1,500 coal. Start day 7. Now, things are about to get a little bit different. We just unlocked the vacuum from the mermaid's quests. All that collecting emeralds was not for nothing. We have been saving up for this very...
Thanks, Raider. Howdy.
Hello. Well, don't stand there. Tell me what you want. Plenty of stopping power in every round. If I wanted window shopping, I'd have windows installed. Finally, someone bought that. Watch your fingers.
We are attentive.
Back again. You're starting to make this place look busy. I heard a story from an older raider.
Got something for me? Here's a good one. Lunch is a luxury these days.
scoping the area right now. If you see one light up and signal, you might want to stick around. Something valuable is bound to drop in. They won't make it easy for you, though.
Hey, Raider! Howdy!
Hello. Hello.
Thanks! Hey, Raider!
Hi.
Howdy!
Hello.
Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Let's move to that location.
What should I do with that?
important upgrade. Now I don't even have to make trips up and down anymore. I can just vacuum things up. Nobody knows what I'm gonna pick up in this vacuum. Here, come on, let's not get these guys separated off. That bomber over there is getting a lot of work done. Look at him, he is just pooping out bombs left and right. Nobody knows what he might let out at any moment. All right, we've got another chest, some amethysts in there. We are already nearly at the coal quota, and we are just sucking everything else up. I don't even need to get ladders anymore. I am unfortunately almost at the edge of the vacuum's limit. Look at the red line. We are going to need some more amethysts here if we want to get anything else done. Let me see if I can link back up to these two miners. We will save you. Come down here, join the rest of us. Here we go, another chest. If I can get another upgrade, that just might end the run. Right, more miner speed. Cool, we're getting more. Ooh, another upgrade. Oh, awesome. Golden assault rifle. Okay, let's get all of the other power-ups here and then just see how far we can take this thing. Okay, I'm gonna raise my jump velocity even more. That's gonna be huge. Oh, that just might be the run there. If I can save this run, we really weren't doing that well. Here we go, another upgrade. I'll raise my jump velocity even more. Oh, and I got another one. Oh, I'm just on a roll today. Raise my jump velocity even more. Okay, I got another one. You just gotta bring it all back to the vacuum. Okay, we gotta put something together here. I've gotta run all this back. We still have to meet the quota. Awesome, we just hit it. All right, now this is more what I'm talking about. These are the resources I needed. Look at me, I can jump around like a flea. Just deposit all of that back there. Put more in. All right, we almost doubled the quota. What did that land us? Pretty good, 10,137 G. Nice. That is enough to get us a senior associate miner. You cannot believe how strong this guy is. Pickaxe strength 3,000. Mining speed 0.57 seconds. Look, this guy's pickaxe is made of amethyst. The pickaxe of royalty. This miner might be a king, a prince. We don't know who he is. All we know is that his pickaxe is very important. Upcoming coal quota, 2,200. All right, start day 8. I think we are just about ready. All right, I got my trusty vacuum, and I am ready to get going with my terrible pickaxe. There goes our senior miner. Oh, look, he's just one-shotting everything. Come on, get him next to the bomber. Get him next to the bomber, man. Don't waste your time over there, senior miner. You've got to get some support from the other one. I am like the cleaning person right here. I've got a vacuum in my hands. Oh, no. Come on, we have to influence him to come this way. Come on this way. This way, senior miner. Don't go that way. That way is bad. No. Oh, damn it. It's so tricky to influence him to go the other way. He keeps trying to mine on that side. Damn you. All right, whatever. Live your life. I guess he's just gonna go do his own thing. It's up to me to save that poor vacuum. All right, I'm just gonna suck everything else up, and there we go. Maybe I'll get a nice power up over here. Ooh, this chest looks ready for me. All right, we've got another chest. Let's see what we got. Improved miner speed. Nice, not too bad. Ooh, another chest over here. More miner damage. Okay, let me just... Oh, I can't even bring the vacuum over. That's as long as the vacuum goes. This is really hard. All right, looks like our senior collector's just staying in the clay. That's fine. I wish I could get him to come over to the stone, though. We've got half the time left. We've got a little over half the resources. Maybe we can kind of influence him to come over to these reward chests, though. Come on, right down here. Help me out, man. Come on, this should be easy for you. Oh, it looks like we got a big upgrade in there. Oh, come on. Yes! Oh, baby. What have I got myself into this time? All right, I think we just hit the jackpot. That was the greatest of all time. I have to build out some platforms now. All right, now we can just gather up these materials. I told you that would be worth it. All right, we got another one of these things. We got like a magic wand, some sort of poison wand thing. I don't even know how we're gonna bring up all of these materials. My vacuum simply isn't long enough. I'm gonna need a lot more materials if I want to get anything done here. Please vacuum. That might be enough to save the playthrough. I don't know, but I keep picking up just so much coal every time I go down. I can't even afford the upgrade. All right, one more. Oh, that was a really good day. But was it enough? Was it enough? 19,826 G. Okay, we got 20,000 today. I think that's enough to afford a medium bomber. We'll also get a weak barbarian just because we don't have any barbarians yet. And then on top of that, I think we're going to increase our inventory stack size. Raise everything by 32. Nothing wrong with that. We'll just fill the rest out with platforms. All right, now we need 3,000 coal. Day 9, begin. All right, I'm feeling a little bit more confident. Despite the fact that I have the world's worst pickaxe, we have a medium bomber now. That is useful, and I'm just feeling better about this whole thing. We've got a little upgrade here. We've got a barbarian. We've got some senior miners. Whoa, we've got a medium bomber. They just did a lot of work there. I guess we've got to bring everyone down this way, kind of, though. It'll take them a minute to catch up with the rest of the team. These bombers are way better than they were a few days ago. We're still kind of on the lookout for chests. I can't find any chests, though. There's just 0 chests around here. This was really bad luck on this spawn. My pickaxe hardly does anything at these lower levels. I guess my sole role on this team now is to just kind of gather resources and put them into the vacuum. But our medium bomber is doing a lot, man. Look at this. He's just getting out these huge swaths of resources. I'd better build around the vacuum now. Suck up everything over here. Yeah, that's too bad. There's just no chests to be found over here. I guess for all our good luck yesterday, it all just gave out today. Well, these miners are kind of useless. I think the medium bomber and the senior miner are doing everything. Whoa, look at all the resources this guy got. I think I might have enough amethyst to get back to the mermaid today. Well, I'm definitely going to meet the quota. Holy cow, this guy got really deep down this mine. He got all the way down to the blue. I can't even believe that. Right, another upgrade. More miner speed, nice. All right, let's see how he's doing. He's not really getting through to the blue. This is about as far down as he could get. It looks like his bombs are pretty much useless from here. Hopefully this will be a big enough haul that we can do something big tomorrow. Oh man, what do we get out of all of that? 21,000 G. That was pretty good. Upcoming coal quota, 5,000. I think we could afford a medium barbarian. I'm not even going to worry about these collectors because we have the vacuum. The vacuum is doing way more. Maybe I'll get more inventory slots. Yeah, I've got to be able to carry more stuff around. Day 10, here we come. Well, I honestly didn't think we would make it this far, but this feels pretty good. Look how quickly these guys are going to blow through the first few layers. Oh, wow. We just try to get these upgrades. They all just disappeared below me. They're like way ahead of you, Chief. It's crazy how quickly the NPCs in this game go from being just absolutely terrible to outdoing you in every way, shape, and form. Raise axe damage, not bad for barbarians. Gain another chest. Another one. Take more minor damage. And you guys can join us in a few minutes when you're done up here, I guess. Whoa, look at all of the spoils down here. It's like everything down here. Oh man, the barbarian's getting so much done. Just look at this guy. He's going ham on it. Oh, I even got a ruby. That's worth a lot of money for tomorrow. We've got to get these other chests up, though. There's another one. Oh my goodness, we got a red gun. I think I might have just ended the run. That's it. I'm quitting now while I'm in the lead. Increase player pickaxe mining damage. All right, that would help me slightly here, but not by very much. Right, let's get all of that back. We don't have much time left, though. We're at 50% time already. Another one, bomb damage, 10%. More rubies. Oh my gosh, look at all those rubies in there. We've got to get those back. Those are worth a lot of money. Just deposit all of the coal on the ground. Did I get amethysts? I don't think I have enough amethysts to bring the vacuum down further. One of these days it's gonna get me killed though if I don't do it soon. At least we met the quota. We're doing good in that way. Oh, this is a lot of gathering, man. All right, what did we get today? Look, those rubies alone were worth 500 each. 40,000 G, not too bad. I don't know if that's gonna win us the game, but I mean, that made us way further than I thought it would. I think I need a jetpack today. If I'm gonna survive, I also need one-click chest looting. I think we'll just go with another senior associate miner or 3. Yeah, there we go. That'll be good. All right, day 11. What do we need today? 8,000. How the hell are we gonna survive? I still just have the world's worst pickaxe. I can hardly even get... They're already halfway down the mine shaft, and I haven't even gotten to this one terrible chest yet. This is why this challenge is so stupid. I bet they're already at, like, the blue by now. All right, I'll take more miner speed. All right, what did we get down there? They just completely skipped this chest. Look, you're wasting good chests. Come on. All right, we got a lot done right here. I'm glad I was able to help in some way and contribute. I completely lost track of where the vacuum went in that. There it is. All right, nice. Increase minor damage, nice. Increase running speed. Oh, cool, we can finally get the amethysts now. Come on, help me with these amethysts. All right, I think I can finish the mermaid's quest now. I just have to rocket my way back up to the surface. All right, I made it. Back with the amethysts. Oh no, I was literally missing one. All right, we've got lots to do. I think I can hit the coal quota for today. Just gotta get the rest of this stuff. I just need 4,000 more. And then I think I can even deliver iron for the dog to get the compass, because I don't even know which way I'm going anymore. It's taking so long for me to just get to the bottom of the mine. Oh, awesome. We got a diamond. 2 diamonds. Okay, we just hit the quota. I just got all the ore I need for the dog's quest. Nice. Now we just have to get whatever's most valuable to bring back. One more. All right. Wow. Look at that. Each diamond worth 4,000 G. Day bonus 5,000. 57,000 G. That's what I'm talking about, man. It's still not enough to get any of the really good stuff, but I think that might be enough to get a couple more medium bombers. All right, that's pretty useful. On top of that, I think we'll get a medium barbarian and then maybe one more weak barbarian and just a lot more platforms. This is actually looking quite respectable. We need 12,000 coal today, but I think we could do this. I never thought we'd get so far with a shoddy pickaxe. Day 12. All right, here comes the world's worst miner in a jetpack with a vacuum. All right, we are just melting through the first layers here. Whoa, look at all of that. There's employee mining damage. These guys are getting left behind. They don't have a medium bomber with them. All right, this vacuum is now going to extend all the way to the bottom of the stone layer, I think. We don't have to worry about any more mermaid quests for a while. I mean, the rubies would be nice, but it's going to be kind of tricky to get that. I probably could have bought the miner whistle today, but I hadn't thought of it. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow if I have enough money. Oh, look at this. They're just exploding ore everywhere. We're keeping up on time, and we're not even through to the denser layers yet. This is looking really good. Man, there's just so many chests left open here. Looks like another ruby, more bomb damage. I still haven't upgraded my pickaxe yet. Right, we got another one. Raise my sprint speed. All right, looks like we made it through to the blue layer, and the vacuum is just about out of steam. The vacuum, once again, looks just so sad. I feel sorry for that vacuum. Looks like my miners kind of got separated out here. Well, at least these guys made it to the blue as well. We should hit the quota for today just fine, but I've got to gather up the last of these materials the best I can. Look at that, like 82 emeralds in one swing on this blue layer. That's crazy. This one miner is just stuck here. I feel sorry for you, man. All right, how'd we do today? 93,000. We have to make 18,000 coal for today. Well, there is a lot I want to do, but I think if we get this vice president miner, I mean, he has president in his title, and that's pretty sweet. But I also feel like there's a lot of other things we need. I think I'm going to buy a miner whistle. That way we can teleport random miners to our location and bring them all into one spot. That would help me bring everything to the vacuum in one place, so I wouldn't waste so much time. I definitely think we need that. Also, just raise inventory stack size. Sorry, Mr. Vice President. Maybe we'll get one more medium barbarian. All right, I think that's enough for one day. I don't really want to waste any more money. Just kidding. Actually, let's get another medium bomber. Okay, now I'm happy. Day 13. All the same stuff today, boys. All the same stuff. Let's see if we get this one chest before you blow everything up. All right, I will see you down there. You are moving so fast, I can hardly even keep up with you. Oh, I got a golden gun. Let's just see how far we can go down today. Oh, that was wild. I did not expect that we would get down that far. All right, let's see what we can get done on this level. Now that I can just teleport everyone to my location, let's try to hit the quota, and then we'll try to find those rubies. That was a very lucky golden gun. Did not expect to start this day with a golden minigun. All right, it's time to teleport everyone here. I want in on that chest, please. Looks like they are about to get in there, and what did they get? Oh my goodness, the run is over, folks. There is no way this run continues if I just got a flamethrower. Oh wow, I can't believe that is it. That's gotta be it. There's no way. We just hit half the coal, not even half the time has gone by. How in the world am I going to gather all of this up? I'm gonna need those rubies for that mermaid. Let's see what we got here. That is going to be a lot of resources. Just one ruby and all that. Wow, that was kind of sad. All right, we just hit the quota. I think we are good for the day. I guess we could either focus on getting rich, or we could try to get... Let's try to get another one of those chests over there. Let's just group up our miners. That's why I like to get miner whistles, man. Super useful. All right, are we in on that chest? Raise bomb damage. Nice. 15% more. I'll take that. Let's see. I'm going to try to get these miners over to this chest now. Since I can't mine very well myself, I'm just going to use whistles to make up for it. All right. Not bad. More bomb damage. this run, I am starting to overcompensate for my weaknesses. I love it. All right, let's get in over here too. Come on, keep teleporting all my miners this way. Come on, guys. I want one more chest right here. Nice, we're in. I don't even know what we got this run. We just have so many resources. I don't even know what to do with them. I can hardly even keep track of what we earned. Okay, what did we make that day? Not bad, 194,000. That's enough to get 2 vice president miners. Pickaxe strength 30,000. Mining speed 47 seconds. I will definitely go with that. Right now we need 28,000 coal. I think we can do it. Day 14. And I guess why even wait for them when we could just teleport them all on top of us? Oh wow, this is getting ridiculously powerful. I think we could just basically make up for our lack of mining skill now by just going over to everything. Oh man, what am I doing now? I'm just going straight down. Come on everybody, move it, move it. All right, we've got to clear out the area by the vacuum. Save this vacuum. All right, we've already pretty much finished the run. We have hardly even gotten started yet on this day, but folks, it's already over. You don't even need to tell me. We got silver, we got lots of coal, everything we need. Awesome, we're almost there. All right, we made it down to red. Oh, awesome. Diamond shotgun. This is it. All right, we met the quota. We're good. Let me see if I can just get these rubies now. All right, I got a red chest. Guess I'll get collector capacity. Not that it's even going to be relevant anymore. I haven't even been using collectors. All right, here we go. Rubies. Mine these rubies out. No, I couldn't get it in time. I got only 15. I got only 28 rubies. Well, nothing wrong with that. All right, let's just put it toward more money for the next day. I think we can do it for the last day. Phew. All right, 241,000 G. Not bad. That's enough to get a senior vice president miner. I'm not sure that's even relevant anymore, though. I guess we'll just increase inventory slots. And then let's get the most expensive unit in the game. This is a fast bomber, 160,000 G. Drops bombs every 4 seconds. Bomb damage 1,200, pickaxe strength 30,000. Nothing wrong with that. Oh wow, I made it to the last day. Upcoming coal quota 40,000. Let's just get a bunch of random interns. Actually, no, that will probably destroy the playthrough. I'll get one collector that's decent. All right. Oh, whatever. I'll get like 20 of them, except it's probably going to make me way weaker. Just remember, I did it for you because I love you very much. Day 15. All right, we made it to the spiritual ending. The whole world looks horrible and polluted and sad, but just ignore that. Oh no, look at the army of interns coming out. Oh, why did I do that? Okay, we got the magic wand. Whoa, this is just getting to be insanity. Oh, this is ridiculous. All right, this is gonna take no time at all. Whoa. Oh, baby. Well, this has been a fun playthrough. I guess we pretty much just replaced the pickaxe with the whistle, more or less. I mean, which is pretty much what happens at the end game of every playthrough. So I guess it's a game that just turned from, like, a ridiculous limitation to no limitation at all. I'll admit this took me like 5 attempts and I had to wait for decent RNG. But still, I had some runs with pretty good RNG. There is a technique to it, though. You definitely need the vacuum. Oh, I got another flamethrower. Yes. Yes, this is it. This is what I live for. All right, I have easily met the quota. Wow, I've actually feel like I unintentionally created a super overpowered run. After a while, I guess my lack of pickaxe just becomes somewhat irrelevant in the run. Another power-up. Use it on the red layer. I wonder if we can even mine through that now. We got up to red. You know, for the record, I do feel bad that I never got the ruby thing done, but I still think we did pretty well if we're about to double the coal requirement on the last day. That being said, there are some pretty insane runs of this game where people just do things that are ridiculous and make this look like nothing. Just so good to see all of those employees there together. I'm not even gonna try anymore. You know what? This has ended exactly the way I wanted it to. I feel completely satisfied with myself for doing this. I just took a happy roguelike and I made it into something that resembles a horrible war crime. 381,000 G on day 15. And you know what? I didn't explode. I feel so much better about myself, especially for my last run. You win. You survived 15 days. You stockpiled 220,281 pieces of coal. You earned 1,015,752 G. Not bad. And we did it all with a shoddy pickaxe. I mean, you could say I wasn't supposed to increase time or anything like that, but I did a lot of playtesting on that, and I didn't actually think that was possible. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't get very good RNG. There's probably some run you could do it like that. Anyway, I'm not saying I'm good at this game at all. It took me many times recording this, and so many times I failed. But yeah, like without upgrading from pickaxe, that actually felt decently okay. I feel proud of myself. Finally. Yes. Well, I think that's about all I've got to say for today. Coal LLC, employees only. A ridiculous game where you mine to the center of the earth.
South Park is a very special show, not just because it's managed to remain extremely popular for almost 30 years now, and not just because it's gone places that no other show has ever dared to go before, but it's special because it really likes to make fun of Barbra Streisand.
Oh, who is that? Oh, just this really old lady who wishes she was still only 45.
Okay, fine, I admit it, that's not why it's special. I just find that episode very funny. But the real reason I want to talk about South Park today is because of its incredible first season. Yes, that's right, I think season 1 is incredible, and let me tell you why. You see, some shows are good from day one, and some shows take a few seasons to catch on, but very few shows have a first season like South Park. Because not only did it kickstart one of the most successful adult cartoons of all time, and eventually make its creators billionaires, but it was a cultural phenomenon right out the gate that kind of changed TV forever. And that's totally not an exaggeration that I'm purposely doing to make this intro sound more enticing. But seriously, it really did change TV as we know it, and I want to talk about that and more. So in honor of this legendary start to one of my favorite shows, I want to take a look at what made South Park Season 1 so unique and special, and I want to do it through a big old deep dive retrospective that breaks down how the show's humble beginnings compared to its modern counterpart. So grab yourself some Worcestershire sauce, because we're about to go English on this bitch. Now if we're going to talk about South Park's humble beginnings, then we got to do it right. So let me start by painting you a picture of what it was like when the show first came on the air. It was a dark, cold, and snowy night, which was weird since it was the middle of August, and the world had already come to fall in love with adult cartoons thanks to the massive success of shows like The Simpsons and Beavis and Butthead. It was a new era, an era that had finally accepted that it's okay to depict characters who disrespect authority figures and say things like, hell, yeah, that's right, baby, it was bad to the bone. Cornholio was a national icon, teen angst was a billion-dollar industry, and the baby boomers were finally making peace with the fact that maybe society wasn't gonna fall apart. And then the first 10 seconds of South Park aired on TV.
I can't come to school with me. Yeah, go home, you little dodo. Dude, don't call my brother a dildo.
Now that may seem tame by today's standards, and it is, but I assure you that hearing an 8-year-old boy say dildo absolutely rocked everyone's worlds back then. Because language like that on TV, it was unheard of. It had never been done before. Like sure, you'd hear people call Homer Simpson fat, but you'd never hear them say that he's the ass master. Actually, come to think of it, you still don't hear people say that, because it's just a weird insult. It doesn't even sound like a fat joke. It just sounds like he's really good at getting ass. But that kind of colorful language is exactly what made South Park so novel when it came out. Because they said things that TV was never allowed to say before, and they said it with style. And I know that's weird to think about today in a world where this show is mainly known for its commentary, but make no mistake, the swearing was the draw when the show first came out. It wasn't their insightful satire of society, it was the fact that they said things like face or ass spelunker and well, a whole bunch of other words that YouTube might demonetize me for not bleeping out. And that instantly turned the show into the hottest thing on every college campus across America. People could not get enough of these 4 boys and their crazy vocabulary. And that immediately made it one of the fastest growing shows ever. I'm talking like Comedy Central going from being in 9 million households to 50 million households by the end of the first season. But of course, it wasn't just word of mouth that made the show so popular. It was the fact that it kickstarted an assload of controversies right from the get-go. For one, the pilot almost never aired because the focus group that it was tested on hated it so much that they insisted that the show should never be allowed on TV. And once it finally was on TV, it was immediately under immense scrutiny. Christian activist groups were protesting it, t-shirts were banned across schools in North America, the Parents Television Council said it was dangerous to democracy, which is pretty ironic, and also the animation really sucked. Which is not a controversy, but come on, it's just a goddamn fact. I mean, look at this. But of course, everything that parents hated about South Park was all done very intentionally by Trey and Matt. Because for them, them, they had this idea that the four main characters should feel like realistic kids. And yeah, I know, realistic and South Park don't exactly go together in most people's minds. But back when parents were getting mad at the show for encouraging kids to swear, Trey and Matt clapped back by saying, "You guys have a false notion of childhood innocence." Because they knew that most kids at the time weren't walking around like good old Billy from the 1950s. Billy was a good boy who never gets in trouble. Isn't that right, Billy? No, see, Trey and Matt knew what it was like to be a real kid. And they knew that it meant swearing and name-calling when the adults weren't looking. It was easy to get away with since the adults were usually pretty damn oblivious.
Yeah, whatever, you fat bitch. What did you say? I said I have a bad itch. Oh!
And that was the core idea behind designing the four boys. They wanted a friend group that felt like real kids in every way possible. They swore, they were naive, they didn't understand many aspects of the adult world, and their group dynamic was based on the friend groups that Trey and Matt had when they were kids. Which in other words meant two best friends, one fat kid, and one poor kid. It was that combination of using adult language while having a childish notion of the world around them that really made season 1 the big hit that it was. Because it was just so much fun to see these kids engage with elements of the real world, all while having the most savagely foul vocabulary to describe it. It was a truly hilarious combination that nobody had ever really done before, and it made the four boys into instant icons. They were on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, they were on the cover of News Weekly. The show was a hit because people loved the dynamic of their group. But the best part was, as you continued watching, it quickly became apparent that each kid had a unique quality about them that brought something different to the table. Like take Stan, good old season 1 Stan. Back in season 1, Stan was more or less the de facto protagonist of the show. Out of 13 episodes, about 6 of them had a plot or subplot that revolved around Stan in some way. And I'm bad at counting, so it might actually be more than that. But as the protagonist, Stan was where the show got its heart, because his episodes usually focused on his relationships with other characters on the show. Whether it was Wendy, his sister, his uncle, his grandpa, his dog, Stan really carried the bulk of the emotional stories in season 1. He was often confronted with issues that challenged his morals or his feelings. Like for example, in the episode Volcano, we see him struggle with not wanting to hurt animals, but also wanting his hunting-obsessed Uncle Jimbo to respect him. And it's probably one of the most genuine character conflicts that we get in the entire season, because it feels like something that an actual kid might struggle with, as opposed to, you know, people thinking you're crazy because they don't believe in talking poo. And that's kind of the general theme for Stan's stories in season 1. He usually gets the more grounded conflicts that the average person could relate to, and they're usually based on his relationships with his family and friends. Like his older sister bullying him, or his romantic feelings for Wendy. Though that's not to say that his stories don't also venture into absurdity, because I mean, this is South Park after all. But even his weirder stories tend to have a more legitimate moral dilemma at their root. Like in the episode Death, where he doesn't want to help his grandpa kill himself because murdering is wrong, but he also learns that being old is like being trapped in a dark room while someone forces you to listen to Enya.
Oh, you know what it feels like to be Grandpa!
Grandpa, I had no idea how bad it was for you. Now I understand.
See, I never knew how to feel about that joke, because I actually like Enya. I don't know, does that make me weird? Am I just built for old age? Stan is also by far the most curious of the boys. He's always the one asking questions and trying to learn more about the world around him. In fact, his first ever line in the show was a question. He said, "What's a dildo?" And I mean, compare that to Cartman, who also didn't know the answer but pretended he did out of embarrassment, or Kenny, who did know the answer and shared it with the boys. And you can immediately see how Stan has a distinct role in the group that's led by his curiosity. It's part of what makes him the main boy, because it's what opens them to their various adventures, especially in the first half of the season. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's ever pointed this out before, but after Pink Eye, pretty much every episode puts a different character in the lead role except for Stan. It's almost like Trey and Matt realized that they were using him too much and decided to mix things up as the season went on. But even in the second half of the season, Stan still feels like the leader of the group because he's the most vocal and, let's face it, most well-liked. He's not like Cartman, who gets picked on the most. He's not like Kyle, who's always fighting with Cartman. And he's not like Kenny, who can't speak coherently but still being vastly underutilized. Everybody likes Stan. He's the star quarterback of the football team. He's the only one with a girlfriend. He just exudes main character energy wherever he goes. And I think that as the leader, it also helps that he's the most level-headed. While the other boys are more susceptible to getting wrapped up in petty nonsense, Season 1 Stan tends to prioritize the things that matter most, like finding Sparky instead of winning the big football game against Middle Park. Or more importantly, later in that episode, how he follows his heart and refuses to succumb to pressure from his friends, or even his teacher, and learns to accept Sparky for being gay.
And it's okay to be gay. What? Being gay is just part of nature and a beautiful thing.
What the hell is he talking about?
Still so crazy to me that that was considered super edgy back in 1997. But while Stan was technically the protagonist of the show, he definitely wasn't the fan favorite, because that honor could only go to one of the greatest characters ever created, Eric Cartman. You know, a lot of people think that I hate Cartman because I'm always ragging on him for being a terrible monster of a human being in my videos, but it's actually quite far from the truth. I love Cartman because he's a piece of shit. That's like the whole point of his character, or at least his character today. Because back in season 1, Cartman was a very different kid. He wasn't as much of a giant asshole as he is in the modern episodes. In fact, he wasn't even close to being a villain yet. He was just your standard greedy fat kid character, you know? He was spoiled, he had only child syndrome, he'd take food from Kenny, and Starvin' Marvin. Okay, fine, maybe he's a little worse than your average greedy kid, especially with that whole demanding presents for his birthday thing. But I stand by my point. He was still very much in normal territory back then. He wasn't an irredeemable monster. He was more like a kid that we all knew at one point or another, just worse. Like for me, he reminds me of this kid named Bradley that I used to be good friends with, who would do like unplug the console if you were beating him in a fighting game just so you never got to see the windscreen. That's like exactly the kind of person that Cartman was in season 1. Not a psychopathic evil mastermind, just a really annoying kid. And strong emphasis on kid. Because straight up, I honestly think that Cartman was the most innocent kid in the group back then. Which sounds crazy to say today, I know, but he really did seem to know less about the world than the other 3 boys. Like, for example, he thought dolphins lived in igloos. He thought that Mr. Hat was alive. He believed that he was a quarter lesbian. Plus, he played with dolls like Polly Prissy Pants and Clyde Frog. And of course, he had absolutely no clue what a rainbow was.
You know, you'll just be sitting there, minding your own business, and they'll come marching in and crawl up your leg and start fighting the inside of your ass, and you'll be all like, "Hey, get out of my ass, you stupid rainbows!"
Cartman also just seems to have a greater sense of imagination than the other boys, like when they go hunting and he's pretending to have mom flashbacks, or like the whole tea party thing from the season finale. And that's actually something about his character that's remarkably consistent throughout the years. Because I'd still say that Cartman has a strong imagination and sense of creativity. But you know what has changed over the years? His bullying. Because believe it or not, Cartman wasn't a bully back in season 1. Well, I mean, other than to Pip. But to be fair, everyone was a bully to Pip. Yeah, no, actually come to think of it, he's also a bully to Kenny. But between him and the other 3 boys, Cartman was actually the main victim of their bullying. Because like Kyle, Stan, and Kenny are constantly ripping on him for being fat or for his mom being a slut. And he's kind of just forced to take it. And it's not like he's even provoking them to do it. More than half the time, they're just giving him shit for being fat for no reason. And like it happens so often that I now completely understand why Cartman eventually grew to hate the other guys and developed serious anger issues. Because they were relentless. And like keep in mind, at this point of the show, Cartman was barely ripping on Kyle for being Jewish. Like that wasn't fully a thing yet. So, even though it's Cartman, it's hard not to feel bad for the poor kid. Especially since this version of Cartman feels like a victim of consequence. Like even the fact that he's fat doesn't seem to be his fault.
I made you powdered donut pancake surprise.
I don't want powdered donut pancakes, but all the kids at school call me fat.
You're not fat. You're big bone.
That's what I said.
You can have an eensy weensy bit, can't you? More pie, huh?
No, more pie.
Yeah, we've come a long way since then. Now he's fat because he eats Hiroshimas and Oppenheimers. Also, fun fact, Leanne making crazy dishes like that is actually based on Trey Parker's mom doing the exact same thing when he was a kid. Because according to the director's commentary from the pilot episode, that's who Leanne's personality is based off of.
So here's Cartman's mom. It's kind of loosely based on Trey's mom. Yeah. Except for the crack whore part. Yeah. But Trey's mom is exactly like Cartman's mom. She always cooks stuff for you. Yeah. She's super nice.
Also, speaking of Cartman's mom, one big difference between season 1 and the later seasons of the show is the dynamic between her and Eric. And I don't just mean that she has the ability to yell at him and actually make him respect her authority, but also the fact that she seems to be the cause of his problematic behavior in season 1, as opposed to the one trying to correct it like in later seasons. For example, we learn from Eric that his mom says God hates gay people, or that she's often racist towards black people. And of course, let's not forget the fact that she made him a Hitler costume for Halloween, which is just incredibly f***ed up. Like, who the hell is Leanne listening to at home? Nick Fuentes? She bumping that Kanye song when nobody's looking? Brother Merry Christmas? So at least based on season 1, it's hard not to conclude that she was a major negative influence on Eric that helped shape him into the kid we know him to be today. Though that's not to say that she's fully responsible, because there were still definitely other signs of modern cartoon coming through. Like the fact that he hates hippies, or says that Democrats piss him off, or that women belong in the kitchen. Hell, there's even some early examples of him acting psychopathic, like when he roasts his hot dog over a flaming Ned.
Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Hey, this one's pretty good right now.
It's also just interesting to see how the popularity of Cartman as a character changed his trajectory over the course of the show. Because like I mentioned earlier, for the first half of the season, Stan was clearly the de facto protagonist with how many of the stories revolved around him. But by the time we got to the end of season 1, Cartman ends up being at the center of about 5 plot lines out of 13 episodes, which is just one plot less than Stan. Plus he gets to be at the center of the season finale, which is one of the most iconic episodes in the entire season. And like, if we're being real here, it's not hard to see why. At face value, Cartman is by far the funniest character on the show this season. His voice is hilarious, his personality is ridiculous, and he easily stands out amongst the boys as having the funniest lines. Like back in 1997, people were wearing t-shirts that said, "No kitty, that's my pie," because the delivery was just so goddamn funny. It was groundbreaking stuff. So it's no wonder that he became fan favorite and developed into one of the most popular cartoon characters of all time in the years that followed. He was just meant to be a star. But you know who didn't become one of the most popular characters on the show? Brian Griffin, but also, more accurately, Kyle Broflovsky. Because not only was Kyle the least popular of the 4 boys today, but back in season 1, he basically had nothing going for him. He was basically just a meaner version of Stan that yelled at Cartman more than anyone else did.
Cartman, you're such a fat ass. And when you walk down the street, people go, God damn it, that's a big fat ass. No, they don't. You get it, Ridley.
God damn, that's a big fat ass.
Hey.
Yeah, it's crazy that Kyle was the mean one between him and Stan, when today he's like the empathetic and socially conscious one. Definitely one of the biggest changes amongst the 4 boys. Now, I won't lie, I do miss the days when Kyle was a sassy that knew how to rip on people with style. Like, I very much enjoyed that energy of how he would team up with Stan to make fun of Cartman or other people. But like, while that did give him some good lines, what it really lacked was that he just didn't have a solid distinguishing factor about his character. Like, the biggest difference between Kyle and Stan in these early episodes was that Kyle was meaner, he was more afraid of his parents, and he was Jewish. Which honestly barely affected his character in season 1 with the exception of the Mr. Hanky episode. Though I will say that episode had the right idea, because clearly leaning on the Jewish thing did become a definitive trait of his moving forward. So I think it was smart of them to explore that idea as Kyle struggles at being the only Jewish kid at school, and that it makes him feel isolated and confused about his place in town. Because while this version of Kyle is still so different from what we have today, I can definitely see how that Mr. Hanky episode pushed him into a more empathetic direction as the series went on. But honestly, in season 1, Kyle kind of just felt like an inferior version of Stan. Like, there's even an episode where he takes his place as the backup quarterback because Stan is off looking for Sparky, and I feel like that's just very symbolic of his role this season. He's the backup Stan with only a small twist to his character. And listen, I want you to know that I'm not saying any of this as a Kyle hater, okay? I'm actually a pretty big fan of Kyle. I really like where his character ends up from season 4 onwards, and I feel like they struck a perfect balance with him during that golden age of the show. But season 1 Kyle, I can take him or leave him, because let's be real, he's almost the most useless character on the show, and I'm only saying almost because season 1 Kenny exists. And season 1 Kenny is truly useless. Yes, I know, Kenny eventually became one of the best characters on the whole goddamn show. Trust me, I'm aware. But let's be real, season 1 Kenny is basically just a walking death. Though, to his credit, I do love me some of those death sequences.
No! Get away from me!
But you know, as iconic as those bits are, they're definitely not a personality trait. Like seriously, Kenny's character is so underdeveloped at this point in the show that he's almost not even a character at all. I mean, there are little pieces here and there that would eventually build into something. You know, his dirty mouth, proclivity towards adult content, or his struggles with being poor. But honestly, none of that is really worth highlighting in this season 1 retrospective because it barely gets elaborated on. And look, if you really want the details of his early character arc, I made an entire movie of a Kenny video last year. You can check that out if you want to, but I'm not going to give that level of detail here, because it just doesn't make sense to me. Now, having said all that, even with the hindered development of Kyle and Kenny, it's clear that the four boys are by far the most fleshed out personalities on the show in season 1. We spend most of our time with them, they get the most attention to detail, and like I said near the start of the video, you can really tell that Trey and Matt tried to make them feel like real kids, which I love. But you know who doesn't feel real in this season? Every single adult character. Like, I know that the townspeople in South Park have always felt goofy, but man, back in season 1, they were all bat crazy or borderline retarded. And I don't mean the townspeople as a group or in a mob mentality kind of way, which the show tends to do in later seasons. I mean that they are all individually weird or insane in some way. Like, let's start with one of the first adult characters that we get to know in detail, Mr. Garrison. Dude is just straight up bonkers right from the get-go. Like, our first impression of Mr. Garrison in the entire show is him using Mr. Hat to tell kids that Christopher Columbus helped the Indians defeat Frederick Douglass and freed the Hebrews from Napoleon. So, you know, in other words, he's a complete moron. But he's not just stupid, he's really stupid. Like, not a single thing that he teaches in his class makes any sense. And it's honestly a wonder that he got a teaching job at all. But because this is Mr. Garrison, that's the least of his problems. Because he's also incredibly unhinged, too. I mean, who could forget our introduction to Mr. Hat and the way he tells Kyle that he can't be excused from class?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle? No! You hear me? You go to hell! You go to hell and you die!
Guess we'll have to take your seat, Kyle.
Now, you can tell that Trey and Matt really liked Mr. Garrison as a character because he's one of the first adults on the show to get multiple storylines about him. You know, he has the Kathy Lee Gifford thing in episode 2, where he tries to kill her for upstaging him in a talent show that they both participated in as kids. And he's got the Hasselhoff nose job episode, where he's constantly running away from herds of lustful women because he's totally not gay. Which means that he has 2 fully dedicated storylines in season 1, plus some extra points of focus throughout the show. And that's crazy because, I don't know if you realize this, but that's more than Kyle gets in season 1. Clearly, Mr. Garrison is the superior character in green. But seriously, I think the reason that Trey and Matt liked working with Garrison so much is because he was so psychologically interesting right from the get-go. Because he's a closeted gay guy that tries to live in denial by being extremely homophobic. He's so delusional that he thinks his hand puppet is alive. And his ego is so fragile that he immediately turns towards murder when he gets bruised. There is just so much to work with here that I'm honestly not at all surprised by his prominence in this season. And even the rest of the show for that matter. He really is just one of the funniest adults in town. Which I think is saying something, considering that a lot of the adults in season 1 are pretty immediately hilarious. Like, take Jimbo and Ned. Today they're barely around at all, but back in season 1, they were actually a pretty big part of the show. Like, I'd say that at that time, they were easily 2 of the most recognizable adults in South Park. They appeared in 7 episodes, the intro had Jimbo's gun store in it, and like with Mr. Garrison, they had a gimmick that made them instantly funny thanks to all the hunting stuff. And look, I know you already know what I'm talking about, but we also both know that this is the perfect time for me to play a clip, so I'm just gonna do that now, pretend that it's not lazy writing.
That there's Rocky Mountain Black Bear, one of the few remaining of its kind. Isn't it beautiful?
I got it! Coming right for it!
Here's a fun Jimbo and Ned fact for you. They're the only adults in the entire show to not have noses. That's right, you've seen it, you can't unsee it. It's most likely just a remnant of being super early character designs that preceded any sort of model consistency guidelines or whatever, because you definitely wouldn't get too many noseless adults from New South Park. So I just like to point that little tidbit out whenever I get a chance. So back in season 1, Jimbo and Ned pretty quickly fell into the roles of being scheme characters. Which in other words means that whenever someone on the show was trying to pull off some kind of harebrained scheme, it was usually Jimbo and Ned. Like the time they needed South Park to win the elementary school football game, so they rigged the Middle Park mascot to explode when Richard Stamos sang the Hi, I've Been Loving You. You know, that part that goes...
Krusty Krab. Welcome to my channel.
Nailed it. You're welcome. But yeah, Jimbo and Ned falling into that schemey role probably acts as an extension of their main hunting gimmick, since that joke was about how easy it is for them to bypass hunting laws. So, you know, in a way that hunting bit already carried some of that mischievous energy. And obviously, as the show continued past season 1, they would only get up to more shenanigans. But beyond that, I think the best way to define them is the fact that they are just so extremely in love with guns, to the point that it becomes over-the-top goofy and nonsensical.
There's just incredible mobility. Yeah, right on. That looks really nice on you. The lacquered black really matches your eye.
I honestly really miss their presence in the modern seasons, because I think that they were legitimately funny as characters, and that they brought a unique dynamic to the show that just isn't really there anymore. And I feel like they could easily be brought back today for some funny satirical plot lines if Matt and Trey were interested, especially since a lot of the other season 1 mainstays have managed to remain at least somewhat relevant over the years, like Mayor McDaniels, who is also a total whack job adult, but in a completely different way, because unlike Mr. Garrison or Jimbo and Ned, the mayor isn't some nutcase or giant idiot. Well, okay, maybe she's kind of an idiot.
My geologist? Now? Tell him the infection is fine and I don't need another checkup.
No, Mayor, that's a gynecologist. A geologist studies the Earth.
Don't you think I know that? You get out of my office!
I'm not in your office, Mayor. I'm talking to you through a speaker.
Yeah, okay, fine. She's definitely an idiot in season 1, but for the most part, that isn't what her character is about. Because the main joke with the mayor is that she's an all-talk, no-action politician. She's extremely superficial and pretty much only makes decisions that revolve around optics. So basically, she just wants to do things that make her look good instead of things that actually matter. Like, for example, when she learns that a volcano is erupting, that it's gonna kill kids from the town, and instead of doing something to save the kids, she just wants to phone in the press and take the opportunity to look good by pretending she cares on camera.
All we know right now is that some of our children are camping on that mountain and... I'm sorry, can I start over?
Huh?
You can edit this, right?
Now, what's interesting about the mayor is that you can see that she had a very different role in season 1 compared to the rest of the show. Because even though today a lot of her personality traits feel the same, her relationship to the rest of the town has very clearly evolved. Like, you can tell that in this season, the general vibe of South Park's town people wasn't fully realized yet. Like, they aren't the giant group of childish idiots that they would eventually become, you know? There just isn't a lot of mobbing up going on, if you know what I mean. And so as a result, the focus of Mayor McDaniels tends to be on her own personality flaws and how she's a poor leader for the town. But obviously, as the seasons went by and the town almost became a character of its own, with how stupid the adults are when grouped together, the bulk of her humor began to focus more on dealing with that irrational mob as opposed to corruption in politics. And so the mayor slowly transitioned into being more of a babysitter for a giant group of idiots instead of a poor leader, which is a transition that I think worked well for her because the mayor as a character wasn't as far out there as someone like Garrison or Jimbo. She was actually relatively normal aside from her extreme corruption, and I think that made her pretty unique as far as the season 1 adults go. Like, the only other adult that I can think of that is at all similar to her is probably Sheila Broflovsky, because she's also depicted as a fairly normal person, yet she definitely also has that extreme personality flaw of being a total mega Kamehameha biatch. But that mainly comes from the fact that she was designed to be a stand-in for moms who protested South Park when it went on the air. You know, just real Karen types that always want to police other people and have something to bitch about. But yeah, like with the mayor, she's not insane like a lot of the other adults are. Like, neither of them are so stupid that they're functionally brain dead like Officer Barbrady, or extremely quirky like Dr. Mephisto and his obsession with asses. But the mayor and Sheila were both exaggerated stereotypes that hadn't yet grown into deeper roles during this first season, which I think makes them pretty unique as far as South Park's terrible adults go. However, having said all that, I do want to point out that not all of South Park's adults are bad, because we do have at least one adult that is smart, rational, and based as all hell, and his name is Chef. Chef is one of the best characters in season 1. He's funny, he's smart, and he's like the only adult in town that actually seems to be aware of what's happening around him. Like, our first impression of him in the entire show is him knowing about the aliens that come to South Park. If he calls a fire alarm in school so that Kyle can chase after the aliens and get Ike back, because he's awesome like that. And it's stuff like that that made Chef such a great parental figure to the boys. Because as we all know, Chef was the one that the boys always went to when they needed advice about something, or when they wanted to learn about some aspect of the world that they didn't understand. And that's because he was the only adult that truly cared and understood them. Now, naturally, being in that role kind of made him like the adult equivalent of the boys, because it meant that he was the only adult character that was engaging with the crazy events happening around town in the same way that the boys were. Most of the other adults would either not believe the kids or just fully ignore the obvious problems in front of them. But Chef was different. Sure, he always had sex on his mind, and he had a tendency to prioritize getting tail over pretty much anything else, to the point that his advice would sometimes just veer into being about sex, which was hilarious. But he was the only adult that paid attention to anything that mattered, like saving the boys when they were trapped on the volcano, or finding a way to stop Barbra Streisand from using the triangles of Zinthar. And remember when the town had to fight off a bunch of mutant turkeys on Thanksgiving? Well, guess who was leading them in the fight back? That's right, the Dougler. I mean, Chef. Plus, he was like the only person in the Halloween episode.
I am not here for your invitation.
That seems fair. Fair enough. Other than you know, some fights. Any more objections? No? Good.
They seemed to understand that people weren't eating each other because they had pink eye. It was because they turned into zombies.
Damn it!
Don't you see? These people have been zombified. They got no heartbeat, no feeling. I'll show you.
Mr. Torres was here for a routine checkup, Chef.
Yeah, I guess he also had super strength or something. I don't know, that's a whole other thing. But yeah, Chef was always great in this season. He gave solid advice, he took on several roles around the school, helped protect the town from various threats, and he even knew who Mr. Hanky was, which saved Kyle from the insane asylum. So all around, Chef was easily the wisest character in season 1, and the only one that seemed to be grounded in the reality of their world. Well, aside from maybe Jesus, because Jesus is actually also extremely normal and chill in pretty much all of his appearances in season 1. But you know, the obvious joke there is that he's Jesus, so him being normal is like a subversion of what we would expect from the Son of God, which kind of makes it more of a gimmick, but you know, still worth pointing out. And yes, I'm obviously conveniently overlooking a bunch of adult characters who actually are relatively normal, like Principal Victoria, or Sharon, or even Leanne to some extent. But in my defense, they mostly play a small role in this season and tend to feel like lesser secondary characters, so it was easy to forget about them. I mean, aside from maybe Leanne. But let's be real, she's not exactly normal. I'd say she probably lands somewhere in the middle, maybe like more of a Sheila type character. Because on one hand, she's definitely portrayed as a realistic mother. Like, Leanne is constantly being shown as maternal towards Eric. She just displays general mom vibes pretty much everywhere she goes, always baking cookies for people and stuff like that. But on the other hand, her mom vibes are out of control. Like, she's so motherly that it becomes absurd because nobody is that nurturing. Not even Trey's mom is that cartoonishly nice, I assume. And so you can see why she wasn't exactly top of mind for me when it came to listing off the normal adults in town. Plus, she's on the cover of Crack Whore magazine.
I found it! I found it! What? See, Cartman? Your mom is on the cover!
Now I know that there's just so many adult characters that I still didn't talk about. Well, let's be real, this video would go on forever if I did. And so to give them some glory, some time in the sun, here's a list of them that lasts exactly 2 seconds. Now you may think that that was just a lazy way for me to desperately get some coverage on those characters. And it was. But rest assured that all of those adult characters have one thing in common, which is that they're all fucked. They're a wacky bunch. And so other than a few exceptions, the only side characters who are actually grounded in this season are the kids. Like Wendy. Sweet Wendy. Destined to be Stan's love interest right from the beginning of the show. You know what I love about Wendy in season 1? She's actually pretty cool. Like when Stan is puking on the ground, ruining their first ever moment together in the pilot episode, Wendy turns it into a nice moment by pointing out the different foods in Stan's vomit. That's just the kind of thing that most girls would never do, but season 1 Wendy would, because she's cool.
Hey, look! A french fry! Cool! And what is that? I think it's part of the cheesy poop.
I feel like people don't talk about this very often, but in season 1, Wendy is by far the most important kid after the 4 boys. Because not only does she play a big role in the pilot, where she gets together with Stan and helps Kyle get Ike back, but she also saves Kathy Lee from Mr. Garrison, has a rivalry with the substitute teacher in Tom's rhinoplasty, gets to say the second ever I learned something today speech in the entire show, and she's a total absolute dick to Stan and Pink Eye. Yeah, that's the other thing about season 1 Wendy. She's kind of a dick sometimes and totally screwed over Stan with the Halloween costume thing. And you know, sometimes she'll do stuff like send Miss Ellen to the sun on a rocket ship by paying off the Iraqi military, which I guess is not very grounded. But I mean, who hasn't done that at least one time? But seriously, acting like a dick aside, Wendy is undeniably more mature and intelligent than almost every adult in town. Like, she knows what Walden is, she's principled enough to help people with their problems, even if they have nothing to do with her. And for the most part, she seems to care about rules and order. She's also pretty much the only kid side character who's actually a full-on character. Most of the other kids in this season are still just weird generic stand-ins, like Clyde.
Oh my god! What is he doing to my dog? There he goes again. Get down, Sparky, down! Can't forgot to mention that his dog is a gay homosexual. Let him stop!
That's not Clyde. That's just some weird zombie child that's stolen his skin. Honestly, the only other real kid in this season is like Pip, who is actually pretty much fully realized right from the start. And yeah, I know, it's weird to think about Pip being one of the only kids on the show that's a proper side character, but it's true. He's even featured in the intro because he's just that important. And like with Wendy, Pip feels pretty grounded and normal. I mean, he's a total dork and a major target for bullying, but he's pretty much much a normal kid and never really does anything crazy like the adult side characters were. Now, the natural byproduct of that contrast between the kids and the adults in this season leads to a dynamic where this show feels like it's about realistic kids dealing with an unrealistic world. And specifically, you get a lot of situations where a crazy conflict happens, and then these stupid adults end up sustaining it while the kids have to actually figure out how to solve it. Like when there's a giant mutant stand terrorizing the town, but the adults can't tell the difference. Or when the volcano's gonna go off and the educational video says to duck and cover, and the adults do it. That dynamic is a fundamental part of what makes this season so funny. And unlike the later seasons, where the boys tend to feel like total stand-ins for Trey and Matt and are wise beyond their years, in season 1 it relies much more on their innocence and how being normal kids makes them that much more sane than everyone else around them. Especially since they're dealing with some extremely wacky stuff happening, like the aliens coming to town, death showing up, mutant turkey attacks, Mecha Streisand, a gay animal sanctuary, Satan boxing Jesus, and of course let's not forget, Zombie Chef.
I'm gonna make love even when I'm dead. My body might get cold, but it's always hot in my bed.
See? It was ridiculous. But that's the kind of thing that South Park just excelled at right from the start. Even in the original shorts from before the pilot episode, the boys were always facing some kind of crazy supernatural problem, like Frosty coming to life or Santa fighting Jesus. And I think that season 1 was just the natural extension of that. It threw these kids into some crazy, insane stories and then made it work, which they did by bringing things around full circle and grounding those stories in a moral lesson or a blunt criticism. It could be something simple like love your family or Christmas is for everyone, or it can be something harsh and blunt but true, like censorship is not a replacement for parenting, or Barbra Streisand is an annoying bitch. And these problems of the week that the boys were dealing with always seemed to fall into 2 distinct categories. It was either an external threat that was happening to the town, or some kind of social dilemma that the town was facing. Or in some cases, it was both at the same time. Usually, both were being used for social commentary and to satirize something about our culture. Like take the first Jimbo and Ned episode, for example. They use this idea of a volcano erupting and Scuzzlebutt as a crazy external threat to the town. But that's like a jumping off point to make fun of the mayor and the old safety videos. But at the same time, they're using the hunting trip portion of the episode to zoom in on how inhumane the culture is, and how Jimbo and Ned are like so obsessed with killing animals that they'll literally stop mid-sentence just to do it.
I'll bet that sucker's headed for a higher elevation. The higher up it
And so obviously, the lesson here is that birds are stupid. Nah, but for real, what this episode really does is hone in on conservative culture in a satirical way, which is actually something that I think season 1 does a lot. You really get the sense that South Park as a small town is a conservative place this season, which they like to make fun of with stuff like Jimbo and Ned hunting, or all the homophobia that Stan encounters in the Big Gay Al episode. Also, the small town vibes in general are just all over this season, especially when you consider just how many shots have like no background music and are very quiet, with slow-paced dialogue and a general vibe that there just aren't a lot of people in town. But at the same time, if I'm being completely honest, I'd say that this season feels a lot less interested in criticizing demographics and more interested in just making fun of celebrities. Because that is seriously like a huge focus of this season. Because I mean, you got the Kathy Lee episode that not only criticizes our obsession with celebrity, but also clearly makes fun of the fact that she's a Nepo baby by showing us how extravagant and expensive her childhood talent show was compared to Mr. Garrison's. You got Patrick Duffy as Scuzzlebutt's leg, which is supposed to be scary because Step by Step is a terrible show. Tina Yothers is the Living Dead. Sally Struthers is fatter than Jabba the Hutt. Barbra Streisand is... Well, you get the idea. They hate celebrities and they make fun of them a lot. And really, that focus on pop culture is what this first season of South Park cares about the most. But let me tell you something. Do you know what they didn't talk about in this season? Politics. There are no episodes about anything political in the entire season. Like, the closest we get is Mayor McDaniels or the gay acceptance stuff, but I wouldn't really consider that to be political as much as it's cultural, because it doesn't really have anything to do with politicians or the government or the law. It's just a critique on society itself. And no, the mayor being a politician doesn't make jokes about her political. The jokes about her have absolutely nothing to do with politics in any specific way. And so the satire in this season is distinctly different from the explicitly political content that we get in South Park today. And honestly, this kind of surprised me, because you will constantly see people making the claim that South Park was always political, that it's baked into the DNA of the show. And that's often used as a rebuttal to people who were complaining about the political nature of the new South Park seasons. But after watching season 1, I can officially confirm that those people are extremely wrong. The DNA of South Park is cultural satire, not political satire. And look, I'll be keeping an eye on this as we make our way through each season retrospective, but I get the feeling that the political satire stuff won't actually become a dominant part of South Park storytelling until seasons later. So with that in mind, the next time you see someone use that excuse that South Park was always political,
what's up?
they aren't real South Park fans, because they clearly haven't watched season 1. Anyways, because this season
Not bad for a guy without a weapon, huh?
and because it usually comes as something that's happening to the town
No,
instead
sorry.
of the characters, the big
Sorry, I'm bragging.
trade-off that we get is that it comes at the cost of character development. And what I mean by that is
It's
that
all
there's very
about
little
inner
change
strength,
in the
I guess.
characters on the show throughout the season. Now that's partly a consequence of the character designs themselves, because so many of them are already designed to be funny and useful for the kind of commentary the show wants to do, which just means that there's less reasons for the characters to grow and change, as opposed to just
It's a joke.
fun, you know, like a tightening of their already established traits. But yeah, in general, I just couldn't help but notice that character growth is pretty much non-existent across this entire season. Now, that's not entirely unusual for a sitcom, especially in its first season when it's still finding its footing. But South Park is a show that I've always found to be very good at developing its characters in a natural way. And I know that we'll see more of that in the next few seasons as the conflicts begin to be more internal than external. But still, I thought it was worth pointing out since I feel this is a pretty unique factor for season 1. However, there is one exception to that observation, and that exception is Eric Cartman.
Too bad drinking scotch isn't a paying job, or else Kenny's dad would be a millionaire. I tell your dad would be a millionaire, get it? Kenny! In Barrett Park, Kenny!
You see, Cartman
Nice.
actually does undergo some noticeable character development over the course of this season. It's just,
Fan of the game or you know,
Cartman
random streamer visitor.
He's slowly becoming a worse person as the season goes on. Now, they're pretty small and subtle changes, nothing as drastic as what season 5 does to his character, but he definitely goes from
The
being
High
a regular
Priestess.
greedy kid to
Interesting.
someone that is a little more exaggerated in his annoying ways. And like, it's just a few seedlings here and there. I don't want to make it sound like he's full-on evil by the end of the season, because he's definitely not. This is still Eric at his most sympathetic. But by the end of this run, you can absolutely tell
Actually,
that the idea
YouTube
for
chatter.
Cartman was slowly taking shape.
That's
like,
new.
for example, when he watches an educational video about
That's
Hitler
impressive, actually.
and loves it, or when he won't give up the triangle of Zinfandel,
Somebody actually finding you on a YouTube? Damn. That's really rare.
And honestly, if I'm being completely fair here, he actually is one of the only 4 boys that gets some standard character growth as well. Because as I mentioned earlier in this video, we do learn that he has self-esteem issues that come from being the only kid at school that doesn't have a dad. And that's something that we mainly learn from the famous finale of season 1, Cartman's mom is a dirty slut.
Mochi, Wumper Clumpkin? Yes, Eric. You are tough and handsome. Baby Wumper Clumpkin. And what do you think about me, Cloud Frog? I think you're a big fat piece of crap.
What?
Now, not only does this episode address the elephant in the room that is Cartman's lack of a father, and not only does it help expand the town by giving us a historical night for many of its secondary
I'm what?
but it also gives
Okay.
us the majesty that is
Sure.
Cartman's teen heart, where we see that beneath his attempts at a tough exterior, Cartman is actually
Oh, you found out that
he struggles with the fact
text to
that he has no
speech
father,
works.
how that makes
That's
him
nice.
different from the other kids. And we see that he's clearly looking for some kind of acceptance or belonging.
Yeah, because I don't have to watch the chat non-stop.
After each time that he hears an updated version of the Drunken Bar Night, he pretty much immediately tries to embody the traits of who he thinks his father is.
Why wake up so early? It's 8:42 in Europe. Yeah, are you from the US?
Now, like I said, the character development here is pretty limited because this is South Park and it's season 1 in particular, which just happens to be an extra goofy version of the show. But it definitely does add an extra layer to the psyche that we never really focused on much in the episodes that preceded it, which is pretty cool because this was truly a major episode for the show. Like, it legitimately caused the audience to develop a genuine intrigue for the show's lore for the first time in its history, which I find pretty hilarious since the entire episode is clearly making fun of soap operas and that kind of cliffhanger television that was so popular around that time thanks to events like Who Shot Mr. Burns. But hey, it went on to be one of the most viewed episodes of the show at the time. It is considered an all-time classic by many South Park fans today. So it was undeniably an extremely strong way to close out the season. Plus, you could just tell that they had refined many elements of the show by that point. The writing was tighter, the pacing had less awkward silence, the characters felt more confidently in their elements. Happy finally makes his first appearance. It was truly a glorious way to end off the season. And honestly, the amount...
Okay, let me pause a bit. Nice. Right. Just drop that. Thanks. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, let's see, that's all.
These are our supplies.
I have a question. What is like to be a streamer?
I don't know. I am a baker. I make tortillas, if that makes sense.
Of course.
I make tortillas for, you know, the company that I work for, and I stream as fun, as a way to, you know, I guess, entertain myself and other people, to chat with people sometimes. I'm actually an idiot. I just I turn on the camera and, you know, chat with people, I guess.
Nice D.
As I said, I turn the camera on and I chat with people. Most of the streamer actually bother to, you know, like animate the you know, chatters. Let's see. Go or off chance. Kaboom kaboom. I don't know. Do I have this? I have this. Sure.
What is it?
Take it back. Now, what is here? Delirium and Abyss.
Amount of refinement that we see from these episodes.
I don't know.
over the course of
I don't know
this
what
run
it's
is
to
pretty
like
remarkable. Yeah, it's definitely not modern
be
South Park in many ways. But I feel like if you watch this season finale today, you'll feel a lot more at home with the show than a modern Simpsons fan would watching that first season finale. And maybe that's because The Simpsons was the pioneer of adult cartoons in general. But I think it just has more to do with the fact that Trey and Matt were quicker about finding their voice. Not that I think season 1 has found their voice yet, but the seeds are definitely there. And most importantly, it was revolutionary as a TV show. In the years that followed South Park's huge explosion in popularity, so many shows tried to copy it by embodying that edgy and raunchy style, pushing the boundaries of what was once allowed on television, and making cultural commentary and satire a more significant and direct part of the adult cartoon
Thank you, Mr.
space.
Delirium.
Sure, South Park Season 1 is still quite a ways away from reaching that point of maturity that it'll eventually get to, but it was undeniably a big and shining idea that changed the world of television forever. And so with that, we arrive at our conclusion for this video. Because I've already used up pretty much everything that I have to say, and I really just want to move on now. Seriously though, I have no good observations left, just random points that connect to nothing. Like how the animation switched to digital in episode 2, but they didn't quite get the construction paper to look right until about episode 5. So this sword throwing animation is pretty nifty, I feel. But yeah, that's it. I swear I got nothing else. Anything I say from here on out is just scraping the bottom of the barrel, and it'll just be me pointing out random crap. Like the fact that cows are a recurring thing in this season. You don't care about stuff like that, do you? I mean, do you? You want to know about the cows? Here, have some clips of South Park's cows.
Hey, you cows can't get on this train. This is a people train. You cows have no business on a people train, alright? Because you cows.
Got the cow tied up? Yep, all done.
Hang up the lights. String up the banners. Castrate the cows.
There. Happy, you got some extra clips from the show, and now I'm really spent for ideas. And so with that, this officially concludes my South Park Season 1 retrospective. I will now be following this video up with a top 10 episodes from Season 1 video, because that's much easier to make. So on that note, screw you guys, I'm going home.
What is it like to be a streamer? I don't know, man. Tiring, probably. Look at them shooting. Not bad, Mr. Mosquito. Not bad at all. Jesus Christ. Oh no.
I must spam random emojis and stuff.
I don't know if you will get timed out, so sorry about that. Forward. Fucking spirit. Oh. Oh. I don't know what that one means. It looks cool, I guess.
Omega.
Nice. What did I get? A snake. Damn. Damn. Spear.
XD.
It's Omega. I guess that's cool. You just fucking die, you demon. Well, sucks to be you, buddy. Because I didn't lost any XP and you are fucking dead, Pete. No. There you go, explode yourself. Break yourself. Stupid demons.
XD means it means a laughing meaning because of the X its eyes and the D is its mouth and it looks like it's laughing and it's similar to LOL meaning it's a laughing face.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show.
Oh, you
I'm
want
your
to
host,
do that?
Paul, and
Let me
this
show you.
video, we're
I'm not that
breaking down
old.
it. Probably the scariest thing 5-year-old me ever saw.
There
I
you go.
vividly remember Pennywise keeping me up at night. I can even recall the first time I saw the VHS in our local video store and being terrified of that clown with the creepy hands. Of course, curiosity eventually got the best of me and I ended up watching it. And I realized I'd made a huge mistake. Oh shit. The It universe is just about to expand with a brand new HBO show, and I wanted to return to Derry to break down the original adaptation. Long before 2017's landmark It Chapter 1 and the middling It Chapter 2, This Stephen King story was traumatizing everyone. Broadcast in 2 parts, it attracted 30 million viewers, despite reviews being very mixed. However, I think it's a pretty entertaining adaptation, but it suffers from having a lot of content cut. Having just reread this brick, I think that's no surprise. The 1986 novel weighs in at a hefty 1,138 pages, which... fucking... can you hear that? Now, the way I tend to read things for reviews is I'll read a couple of chapters at night and then through the day go for a walk or something and put on the audiobook. I tend to basically go to the end of a chapter, mark where that is, and then on the night, you know, pick where I left off. However, some of the chapters on the audiobook come in at over 4 hours, which is just under the length of most of the normal books that I read. It's an absolute epic that goes through several decades and spends entire novels worth of text just talking about things like Stan's business. So I can imagine it was a nightmare to adapt. Even the modern adaptation had trouble bringing it to the screen despite clocking in at around 5 hours for both parts.
What is your
but
dream
we will be
goal to
going through
achieve?
all the changes and what was left out.
You mean stream-wise? I have no goals, such as... Oh! I wanna rock and roll all night. Party every day. I wanna rock and roll all night. No. So no goals. Only me goofing around. Might regret this.
Using Tame Beast will mark them for capture for a short time.
No goals.
What is it? This is all we have.
Goal is to have fun, I guess. It makes sense. I guess talk to people like a parasocial network. I guess you could say it like that. Yeah, people usually run away from that. The streamers usually run away from people that try to, you know, parasocial with them. I don't care. Wow. Piece of fucking shit.
True, but that's a great achievement to have.
I don't know. Could be. I met some cool people. Some annoying people I had to ban, sadly. It's one of those, eh? Step poke, step poke. I see. Okay, sure, buddy. No, you. Talking to myself.
These are our supplies. A useful trade.
So what do you do? What do you do for a living? See, this is your hobby. I wouldn't usually chat with people over the internet. I would watch a movie, read a book, read a manga on a tablet, go to a friend, watch TV show at their place, visit a sister, hang out with the brother, I guess, a bit. What's your thing? Stupid witch. Wait a minute. Why does it feel like I'm hitting faster? Oh, because of the dexterity. Is it? Could be. Could be, I don't know.
My achievement.
Yeah. What's your thing? What's the stuff that you wanna do? Anybody ask you that? Boom. Oh, one of this. So they are evasive. Funny thing. Not evasive enough. Okay, let's run delirium. When I mean let's run delirium, I didn't meant like spawn bunch
Mine
of
is
shit.
just to support people who are small creators and make friends, and I wanna like help people and hope that everyone has a wonderful, amazing life no matter what.
Interesting. Interesting goals, interesting. But you gotta like make a living. How do you make a living? I mean, if you're a drug dealer or an assassin, no need to answer that. Being a male love seller or female love seller, it's fine with me. I don't care about that. You know, you gotta do something for money. Well, I guess you could have some kind of a rich, like, sponsor. Not you, like, literally anybody. Dude, this guy. Oh, it's Abyss. Sure, buddy. Because it sounds to me like you're one of the digital artists people, which is fine, as long as you're truthful about that. I'm not, you know, pulling being a total douche, or at least I'm not trying to be. Die. Die, 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 my darling. I've seen you. I've seen you again. Pam, 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 pam. Yeah, this is bad math for this. Very, very bad math. The might of Karui. Well, should I say, Dreamer takes you.
I know what you mean, but I ain't a digital art person, by the way.
That's fine. As I said, I didn't wanna give you a tag. It kinda feels bad labeling anybody. That's why I didn't wanna do it. I can speak for myself, I guess, when I say like this. When I visit other people streams, I usually try to be polite and talk to them like in a way that won't hinder their streaming, I guess, and it won't come as offensive. You don't have to do it, by the way. That's what I usually do. And I try not to behave other than what I would have behaved like IRL. Like, there is no need for anybody to have like a split persona over internet, you know, like, or you behave in like one fashion and you're actually a douchebag, not you, like literally anybody. Oh, not bad. Funny shield. Hello, no.
I have many services.
Sure. As I said, I didn't wanna sound like a douche. If I came out as a douchebag, wasn't really my intention. Crappy boss. Not a single nice one. Da, 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 my darling. I shall be seeing you. I'll be here again. Let's play a fun game. Let's see how fast.
Oh, thank you, you're so nice, D.
No, am I? Okay. Let me try to speedrun YouTube DMCA. Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. Is this a tribute band? I'll be seeing you again. Seeing you again. My darling. My darling. Izvinjavam se, moment samo. Izvoli.
Ovdje smo, kaže, izvoli. Idemo do radnje.
Dobro.
Gore je otvoreno, Varenika je stigla.
Izvinjavam se, samo da znaš što da ne možem.
A nema, šta? Ti si jeo, imaš tamo bureka.
Jedno bilo, što ćete, bacim smeće. sorry. Die, my darling. Die, my darling. Why didn't I? Why am I standing in this line? Standing stride to nothing. Repeat it in my mind. To nothing. If only I was born another time, and it's still over. I'm lost and waiting mine, and it's still over. But now I find that someone turning around. Eyes are closing of the curtain, and the planet was my life. Chapters left for open treasured beams inside. I was looking for the reason, only place upon the side. Seems I have from me the reason for our sacrifice. And to nothing, repeated in my mind. And to if only I was born another time, hell is still overrunning. I must stand and wait in line. Still over, but then now I found that something turning the line. Is someone coming? And now I should have known. Reaping what I've sown. Yeah, almost to nothing. Why am I standing in this
For the last several months of my life, I have been obsessed with the alphabet streak. This is a ridiculous challenge where we have to win with every single one of the 43 killers back to back while only using perks based on their alphabetical order. This means that sometimes our builds make no sense, and on average, I don't have any gen defense. And as you saw in the previous episode, this can be really detrimental. Sometimes survivors do gens so quickly and so efficiently, there's really not a lot for me to do. But believe it or not, this problem doesn't come up every time. Many times, like in this artist match, survivors pop a gen at the worst possible time and end up dying soon after. And even if they bring some crazy toolboxes and gen speed perks, they often fumble it somewhere along the way. They make some kind of mistake that allows me to make a decisive play. So even if I end up losing one gen early, that's almost never enough for me to lose on the spot. But this match was different. So most of the times, if I lose a gen early, it's not a big deal. Most of the times. I want you to pay very close attention to how this match started.
I know there might be other guys as well that are worth watching. Sorry, I could not tell which direction I was in. Did I just see someone, or should catch someone, right? One person. Okay, I'll risk it and go somewhere else. Wow. Actually, they're all there, turns out. I am a small terrorist doctor right now, though. Okay, I found them all. Wow, this seems like a really... Excuse me! What?! That's... Okay, that's... Okay. My brother. Okay.
I realized that I had pretty much lost this game on the spot. I spent the rest of the match trying to catch up, and even though the survivors didn't do anything too special, I simply couldn't kill them in time. To add insult to injury, one of them got a lucky Kobe at the end of the game, and I walked home with nothing. So what exactly happened? How did we lose a generator within 40 seconds of the match starting? Well, let's have a look at the layout of the map, which looked more or less like this. These are the approximate locations of the generators. Remember, the first one that got done is the one on the top right, and this is where I spawn. I was facing towards the hill, and somehow the survivors did not spawn behind me at all. We know that one of the Leons and the Alan Wake were roughly around here because we saw them really early on in the match. One of them was hit by our blast. Unless it was two survivors on this generator right away, there simply is no other way to explain a gem being done so fast unless someone was cheating. But was someone cheating in this game? Well, we're gonna circle back to that in a minute, but first, let's talk about all of the cheaters that we have met during the alphabet streak. Unfortunately, there's been quite a few, some of them quite obvious, some of them a little bit more sneaky. I'm going to show you some clips of what I think are pretty 100% confirmed cheaters, and the reason why I want to show you this is because some of these cheaters do certain things that can give away the fact that they are not legit. For example, in this match, there was no obvious cheating going on at the start, but one small thing gave it away.
Buddy? Wait. Don't let him see me. Maybe he makes a mistake. Oh, he certainly made a mistake. What? Wait, what? Do you guys see that? That is sus. But you'd be surprised how many cheaters reveal themselves by trying to blind you when you're past a corner that they shouldn't be seeing you through. I don't like this. What the? What are you doing, bud? You see what I mean? Like, that was weird, right? Excuse me? Chat, this guy's not legit. This guy's not legit. Alright. You know, if I ever see anyone tell me or my community that we're paranoid about cheaters, I am going to tell you to shut up so loudly, dude, that you're gonna be both shut up and also deaf. Just the way he blinded me. That guy is... There's no way that's real. Then to pick up. He comes for the safe. I don't even see him around the corner. I don't even see him around the corner. That's completely normal, I guess. Alright, sure thing. Yep. I mean, I'm 110, I guess. So... Yep. No, that's okay. I'm getting flashbacks with that one Claudette. could down that guy, but then I'm out of ammo. Like, do you guys need any more evidence, or can we just move on to the next one? You might be 110, but so is he. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let's loop around this tile, which is not really a tile, it's just a filler, and let's catch him, and then we ask him, okay? When I catch up to this guy that's literally visually speeding up in front of me, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna tell you already, Chad, this is a complete waste of our time. Like, we're never gonna be able to kill this guy. He's gonna press a button and he's gonna disappear, or he's gonna be escaped or something. Unfortunately, he's not pressing the buttons to give himself speed quick enough, it seems, because he messed it up. Alright, 2 seconds. Nasty hit. I don't think anyone's here for the... No, don't unhook the cheater, please. Don't unhook the cheater. Don't be that guy. Okay, well, cheater's going stage 2. Yeah? Yeah, you really are invested in his survival? Fair enough, man. Good teammate, but I'm sorry, dude. No, thank you. No, thank you, please. Right now, he can't even use anti-camp because someone's too close to him. Oh, hi. Alright, no offense, but yeah, no, we're not letting that happen, dudes. Next up, I'd like to show you another game with a suspicious player. This time I was playing Bubba, and as you can see, I was riding the struggle bus. I was not getting any hooks, the gens were all getting done, and most of my troubles came from chasing this one survivor. Despite not having any auto-reading perks or anything that would reveal me through walls, she managed to mirror my movements so well, and even though I don't have 100% evidence that they were cheating, I'd like you to pay attention and tell me what you think. Am I insane, or is this person like crazy? Huh. Wow. Okay. Object? Is it possible to do this, or am I... Yeah, I know, she's not the obsession, guys. Spy comes down. Am I insane, or was she looking at me through that fucking wall, dudes? Okay. Oh my god, I'm moving at like 130 and I'm barely catching up. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm gonna check that person's profile. There's something, like, maybe they're just extremely clean or something, but like, isn't that a bit insane? Are they healing each other? They are healing each other. Hold up. Dude, one of these guys is oblivious. You shouldn't be able to get away with this. Okay. I'll be honest, guys. I know they're gonna beat me to this somehow, right? I don't know how, but they're gonna beat me to it. Yep. Will they go upstairs? Of course they do. Yeah. Do this already, probably. Dudes, I'm not gonna lie, leaving 2 people on the ground with possible unbreakable, and now I have to chase the person that I think is either insane or is a cheater. I don't know what to make of this. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, All Shaken Thunder. Yes! Okay, that was not a normal lunch, so I couldn't have done that. Okay, well, we get another opportunity to observe her and see if we learn anything. Right. Yeah, she really does not make many obvious mistakes. I don't get me wrong, like, good survivors can do this sort of stuff. Like, this isn't insane, like, it's good check spots and stuff, right? But doesn't she just feel really quick to you guys? Like, her momentum is insane. Yeah, well, we somehow managed to pull this back. All thanks to the fact that I saw someone's aura with Alien Instinct. What an insane match. And I'm gonna check this person's profile. They are playing in a way that just seems so inhuman.
Even after seeing her perks, I still did not understand how the Kate pulled off some of the moves that she did during this game. And I did my best to emulate and recreate in a private match the same conditions that we were in to see if I could listen to the tapping of the chainsaw through the wall. And even though I wasn't so successful all the time, I do see how someone could just get lucky a couple times, and he generally is not as suspicious as I initially thought. So after testing this and rewatching the match a couple times, my conclusion is she probably wasn't cheating. It is a shame though that these days, sadly, you can never be 100% sure.
Oh my god, that was tight. Holy dudes. They doubled it. They actually doubled it. Thank goodness, Sable foolishness knows no bound. They were late for that, but they... Dude, what? That's ridiculous. Brother, that's ridiculous. That person was blinding me through the... Wow, okay. That's a little shady. This skill's generally about to give me the limit. I don't know, I'm gonna pick up in this direction and hope for the best. Oi. Dude, I'm telling you. No. Okay, dude. Unless they've invented a flashlight that bends light in some unusual fashion, I do not think that was possible. I already started suspecting something when this person did something that only cheaters do, which is to blind me through a wall or begin blinding me. They've done this twice now. Begin blinding me from like behind a obstacle. This is Nia probably a cheater. Unfortunately, there's two Nias and they look very similar. Holy fuck. So, a little hard to tell who's who, right? But, yeah. Oh man. Would have been a good match for Lyborn. Alright, guys, I'm not gonna lie. These guys were in an objectively really bad position a minute ago, but they're gonna make a really good comeback by the looks of it. This Sable's gone down like 5 times, but doesn't seem like that's gonna make much of a difference. I believe this is the cheat. No, this is the non-cheater one, or the one that we don't know about, at least. That was a bad play by her. Oh, wow, that was unusual. Well, it doesn't matter where I look, I'm gonna get blinded, so. Hey. Oh. Dude, like, isn't it so strange lately, man? Even looking down, you still get, like, blinded. I know it's latency and stuff, but... Man, I feel so naked. I feel so powerless. I'm gonna do my best, chat. I'm generally gonna play this as if this is, like, the most important game. Dude, I cannot even leave that chin. Like, whatever's going on down there, it's too late for me to find out. I actually have to brute force this. Yeah, of course. That's crazy, man. When I finish a gen, wow, I do not wait. Like, I do wait at corners, maybe, but
welcome to my channel.
Okay, man.
Fucking mosquitoes.
Okay. All right, guys. New win condition: get 1 down by the end of the game. This is very unorthodox, but I mean, mind you, I need the help. She has a window ahead. Careful. Oh, doesn't take it though. Oh. Well, I'd love to stalk someone if possible, but I cannot give them distance that you would get. Brother, well. Don't know what's gonna happen, but That's okay. There's a chance. Am I running into a wall? No, I'm actually good. Good background player there. Person injured right over there. Okay. The worst part is that maybe some of these survivors are legitimate, like, but I don't know, guys. I don't. At least one of these people is not legit. Unfortunately, it makes me think that if one is not legit and the everyone's playing together, none of them are legit.
With so many miraculous flashlights happening out of nowhere and at very odd angles, I was now pretty convinced that we were playing against cheaters. And to test my theory, in the end game, I actually stood outside Shack against a survivor that I knew was trapped there. And even though I was using my stealth and they did not know that I had approached Shack, they waited there perfectly and mirrored my movements perfectly. They all managed to escape, no problem. Now, for a player that has less experience, that hasn't seen cheaters like this before, they might not even realize what happened. They might look at the builds of these two survivors, notice the perk background player, and think to themselves, wow, these guys were just using this perk that gives you a speed boost when someone gets picked up, and maybe they are very good at flashy saves. And I mean, one of them did say in the post-game chat that they were, quote-unquote, very pro. So yeah, you might end up believing that they were legit. But I'm telling you already, these guys were not. And the funniest piece of evidence to prove that is the fact that this Nia has a player icon that is unavailable to her. Now, when you reach Prestige 25, you unlock this player icon, the portrait of Nia, but she does not have it. She is Prestige 9. She's not unlocked it yet, and yet she has it on, which is one small way to know that this person has cheated their inventory and probably has everything unlocked as well as some kind of auto-aim cheat that made her blind me from this really weird angles at Shack. And one more thing that some of you might have already noticed is that these two players were both running the perk Hyper Focus. Hyper Focus is a perk from Rebecca that makes you have harder and harder skill checks that give more and more progress the more consistent that you are. The way to utilize this perk, the way most people run it, is to use it with a toolbox so that you're guaranteed to have more skill checks, and then maybe pair it with Stakeout from David Tapp. This makes it so that if you miss a skill check here and there, you still keep the streak going, and it does make the perk very, very, very powerful. Now, running this perk by itself is obviously a terrible idea unless you are extremely lucky and extremely good at skill checks, but if you're a cheater and you have a program that automatically hits the skill checks for you, it obviously becomes one of the best perks in the game because it allows you to do generators in seconds. And as you might have guessed, in that previous Doctor match, we had someone with Hyper Focus. This Michaela right here had a build with two perks related to hitting great skill checks. Now, I'm gonna tell you already, these two perks are very risky to bring on. They can actually make gens slower if you don't time them correctly. But if you hit many or most of your great skill checks, they can speed up gens really dramatically, and they can refill your toolbox so that you have a second one. And we know that this happened because in the end game, the Michaela still had a toolbox with charges enough to sabotage right in front of us. So we know that this person hit at least quite a few great skill checks during this match, which is really weird because by their own admission, they said that they played the match on mute because they get a headache from the doctor noises, which is a little bit sus. How exactly are you hitting skill checks if you are playing without audio? It's something that I don't quite understand. So was this person 100% a cheater then? The answer is maybe not. Probably not even. I really don't know. I personally went into a private match and tried to recreate the conditions where a gen could be done in less than 40 seconds. And even though I didn't quite get it myself, after a few attempts, I managed to get it done in about 40 seconds. So if we assume that this person is better than me at skill checks or got more skill checks, theoretically, they could have done a gen that quickly. And for that reason, I counted this match as a loss. And even though we have a strike system in the current rules and I can keep going afterwards, it didn't take very long for me to get unlucky again and get outperked and outmatched. And I ended up losing on Myers on this Salute match, which was overall super, super unlucky. We just got outperked left and right. There really wasn't much I could have done. That's how I felt at the time. And that is sometimes the trend that I notice with these matches. Some of these matches, especially with cheaters, especially with weird situations that I don't quite understand, it feels like a lot of the things are outside of my control. But for the rest of this video, I wanted to focus on positive things, on things that I learned and really good, exciting matches. And the first one that I want to show you was one where I started learning from my mistake during that Doctor match. Instead of going to the furthest possible point, I actually checked the more unlikely spawn, and that ended up paying off big time.
It would be insane if the survivors were there, but maybe it's not crazy to check. Like, this game is insane sometimes. Oh my god, they are here! Oh my lord. That is ridiculous, by the way. That is absolutely ridiculous. You're joking, dude. I actually had it. I used one of the charges approximately 5 years ahead of time. That's good enough. I just wanted a bit of extra pressure. Okay. Nice awakened awareness, man. Can I see who got that, or? Alright. Oh my god, they did it too early. Thank god, dude. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I was about to sue for bodily harm and reputational damages. Game ending mistake right here. Alright, let's not get too ahead of us. Oh. Yeah, this girl did insane, dude. She did crazy. Nice thing is that the girl that we injured is now unable to help too quickly. Nice. Yeah, she goes on here. Alright, get Ada first, because she's nearly recovered. Holy moly, guys. Am I insane, or are they insane?
Mylian. Welcome to my channel.
Cancel. That's unfortunate. Good play by her. Okay. Well, I guess we gotta hook sometimes, huh? Alright, chat. This girl can be recovered, everybody else has not been able to. That's kind of fucked for her. One of them can... What an amazing perk, Dead Hard dudes. And what an amazing killer, Bubba. Alright, if they had Unbreakable, they would have used it by now. That's the sad reality for this girl, so... Okay, what an early game, man. I've never seen a match like this in my life. Jesus. Big apologies, but I saw it, it was there, I had to take it. It's been a long time since I've seen a lobby with 4 Iron Wills. Iron Will and off the record. Jesus, well put. And with all 4 survivors hitting the ground with 5 generators still remaining, this was a great example of a good early game match. But the one that I'm going to show you next is quite the opposite. This is an endgame match. And trust me, I didn't get there on purpose. I did my best at the start of this match with Vecna, the one from Stranger Things. But no matter what I did, these survivors were advancing at an insanely efficient pace. About 5 minutes into the match, the last generator was ready to pop. What else do I need to do to speed this game up in my favor, man? Like, what the f is happening? Like, I understand they have some gens, but like, it is so discouraging, man. It is so discouraging to hook a guy and see them come off the hook and be healthy in 2 seconds. What the f is the goddamn point, man? How the f is Resurgent still in the game in the same shape it's been for the last several months? Oh my god, they didn't even do this gen. What? What? How? Hello? When? You guys are not doing this well! I need to kill this girl, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Kill this girl and then juggle with blowin with the other one. I don't know what's happening, man. I don't know what's happening, man. And she's healthy. Yup, of course. Second hook on her, I guess, is valuable, but... Brother. Okay, that's gonna be the last time. Oh my god, she's so far. Nice, good stuff. She can be minimoid, by the way. I'm not gonna lie. I think I need to go and check the other gate. Dude, to say that I need a fast down would be an understatement. Like, okay. She's gonna be healthy, for all we know. Oh my god, dude. I'm sorry, dude, but like, how does this keep happening, man? You're almost the first person that ever gets hit by this ability, by the way. I now need to down you closer to the other girl. Patience. Oh, no. Nah, I cannot aim down, sadly. That's good. This skill's going down again. Oh no, she actually did a 180. Wait, she didn't. She's just quiet. Man, this match is going on for too long. That's good. That's really good. I'm actually gonna hook him. I dread the possibility here. They picked up. Wow. Oh, I found her. Oh, it's you. I could morph her really quickly. Wait! Oh, she's not on hooks, so she can't be mini-morphed. Dude, this sucks so much. This sucks so much. This sucks so much. Come on. That's actually insane. Oh, they finished her here. Okay, that's good. Finally! But I will not be able to use my power on your hook. That doesn't happen with slugs, by the way. That's only a... That's a hook-only thing! Yeah, fun, fun! Don't think she was expecting me to use power right away, so... She dropped, probably. Nicely done, dude. I don't know what's happening, but... I gotta go. Man, I really need to go. Brother. I cannot start missing now, man. Yeah, okay. Brother, they're healthy once again. This is gonna do my absolute head in. I don't know how the hell this is happening. No birds here, probably other good. Oh my god. That was a really nice bait from her. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Ah, I got her. 1 second. I think we've got him, chat. Nice. Oh my god. You're joking, man. You're joking. I pressed left control to kill her. And the prompt disappeared. Alright. Alright, dudes. He's dead. This match has been... It's H me up, Chad. It's H me the hell up, I'm telling you what. It's a very common thing to 99 gates until open, so... that's not done. Let's go back or check for hatch. Oh, found you. I need to go ahead of her to prevent hatch. Oh my god, dude. I cannot wait to see their builds, man. 3 shrouds of separation for some reason. These guys must have been on some crazy level of communication and taking over in each other's gens. And I guess when everyone can heal by themselves and everyone can heal in 3 seconds, I guess that does afford you some efficiency on gens. But I have no idea how they did that, dude. I have no idea how they did that. Despite the very obviously stressful endgame, that was actually a really fun match. And the next one that I'm going to show you is also fun, but for a very different reason. The survivors that we were playing against were very obviously coordinated. You could tell by their perks that they were team players and they were bouncing off each other's perks and at times being extremely aggressive, even going down in favor of doing generators. At one point, one of them even unhooked themselves with Deliverance, and at that point I knew
that this match was going to be pretty much impossible to get 3 or 4 kills on, which is our win condition for this challenge. Now the thing is, these survivors are doing something quite special with their builds, and before I show you the endgame screen, I want you to see if you can figure out what is so special about this group. I still don't want to go basement. This shouldn't have progress. Let's check it. Oh, me. Well, I guess not everyone is fucking clueless. Oh, gosh. Dude, they literally see you through this. It's so pointless. If anybody tells me, oh, it's just on tunnel, like, I am genuinely gonna cry myself to sleep, dude, tonight. I should make this, I think. This girl just got off the hook, by the way. And I'm kind of worried about picking up right next to her. I'm not gonna eat your DS, I'm sorry, dude. Oh, no. Am I gonna eat her DS? 50-50. So fun. Okay. Oh my god, man. This is so amazing, man. 100 left. Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's great. So great, man. So fun. I genuinely thought I would get Lara. Unlucky, man. Unlucky. Unlucky, bro. Unlucky, dog. Okay. I'm gonna hit and see what else they can do. I do not get this. Okay, nice. I do. Ooh, can I interrupt this? Oh, yes, I can. Is this girl running behind me? No, she's not. Hey, guys, double pallets. Doublepallets.com. Get your doublepallets.com right now. Everybody, guys, get your double pallets. Double pallets, guys. Yippee. Yippee. Oh, yeah, edge of the map, dude. Oh, babysitter. Oh, we love babysitter, man. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I'm gonna swing and miss, actually. Yay! The decisive edge of the map babysitter chase. Yippee! Whee! So fun. Jen's over there, by the way. Main being done right now. I don't even know where she is. Oh man, that's so great and so fun and so wonderful. She's got that heart. Oh, she damned it wrong. Alright, leave her on the ground, see what we can do. Let's look it. That gate over there, done, I reckon, but I don't know. Maybe with Wandering Eye, I learned something? It's kind of hard to tell. Please hope they don't see me through the guy. Oh, big mistake. I'm looking around to see if Wandering Eye. Oh, Wandering Eye is on cooldown. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's sad. Underlanting doesn't help, by the way, if you do that. This is a Hope player, I think. Maybe. That's why it's taken me forever to catch up. She could have had that hard as well. Go figure, chat. Go figure. Alright, dudes. Not gonna lie, I know this is like second game, so it shouldn't matter. I shouldn't be emotional, but doesn't it suck that if you don't tunnel, you still have shoulder? That if you don't tunnel, you still have people come to you with DS and stuff? I think it does suck a little bit. I think it's depressing. I don't think I make that. No, but it wouldn't matter even if I did. What's my play, chat? What's my play? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Injure this girl. Hope for a mistake. Even if I got these other 2 girls, it's not enough. I need 3 girls. She just plot twist by the gate. It's like they don't even care. Like, sure. It's like they don't even care about using the perks right. They just want to use them in my face. That girl's too far or too close to gate. Oh, nice try, actually. Oh, a good stun there could have been really nice. That girl's now full health. I cannot really do much here other than cancel and body block. Oh, yeah, I body block her. That's good. Basement's an idea. But then to pick up. Did she make a mistake? Not really. Oh, okay. Unlucky. We gotta make a miracle, chat. I can't get just 2. I need all 4 of them. All 3 of them, at least. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe they make a mistake to timer or something. Doesn't seem like it's likely. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. Oh, that's a mistake. Unfortunately, not big enough. But wait. Is she? Wait, she's oblivious. Wait, she's oblivious. That girl could have Unbreakable, but she's been on the ground for a long time, and she can't crawl out.
Oblivious gets her! Oh my god. Pick her up first. Oh man, this is bad actually. Oh my god, brother. Oh my god, so why was she oblivious? Why did this girl make the mistake? Because she picked up her own item on the ground that she had dropped because I hit her with power, I'm guessing? And picking up your item with this perk makes you oblivious. You don't hear the killer's terror radios. I took a weird path to see.
Okay.
Now originally it was going to be an 8 to 10 hour series, which might have given us more of the story. That would have been broadcast over 4 2-hour blocks with George A. Romero picked to direct it. That unfortunately fell through, and King's adaptations have always been a bit hit and miss. Famously, the author wasn't a fan of The Shining, which many people, myself included, view as the best one. King was a hot property in the 80s off the back of it though, and he's had countless adaptations. The Dead Zone, Carrie, and Stand By Me are absolute classics, and after Pet Sematary, ABC bought the rights to it. One of my favourite things about the book is that it kind of plays off the coming-of-age story of King's Stand By Me, but there's a massive horror twist to it. That's also what ABC were after as well, and they wanted to bank on that 50s nostalgia, all while giving kids nightmares. That nostalgia though was rampant throughout the 70s and 80s, with American Graffiti and Grease being massive successes. So they quickly got to work, and the writer put in charge of it was Lawrence D. Cohen. He actually wrote the script for Brian De Palma's Carrie, so was no stranger to King's work. He originally wrote both parts, however, due to issues with his script, he decided to leave the project. His work was kept for one though, with Night 2 being written by someone else. That was because originally Episode 2 was a wild departure from the source material. Cohen's early drafts actually ignore the flashback formula that we get in the book and show. If you've ever read it, then you'll know the characters literally smell or hear something that instantly throws them back to the past, sometimes even mid-sentence. However, he decided to scrap this, and because it was mainly the adults in the second episode, that was described as being very melodramatic, despite it was also heavily hinted at in part 1 when Pennywise was hit by a rock. All of this was of course changed, and the producers opted for extensive rewrites. Director Tommy Lee Wallace changed it all up and made sure the flashbacks were included and that it matched the novel's style and pace. Now, Wallace gets a lot of crap for this, but I think he did a decent job considering the mammoth task ahead of him. Making Mike the narrative lead that connected all of it was a great decision, especially as the main story doesn't really have a true main character. He did however reveal that he never actually read the book fully and kind of just guessed some stuff. This was also in a time before Wikipedia and plot summaries that were written by AI. He did later go on to read it and has admitted that he thinks he fell short of the text. However, I do think the guy did a great job and never would have guessed that he never actually finished it. There was also some restrictions with the production and, being broadcast on a Sunday night also meant he couldn't go all out with it. Therefore, they didn't portray all the blood-curdling horror of King's book in full and skipped over some of the more controversial scenes. I do think it feels almost like a sitcom at times, especially the stuff like the bike montage. Like, what's that about, mate? However, I think the thing that people remember about this movie and what takes it to the next level is the incredible, unforgettable performance by Tim Curry. The guy has amazing range, and he can go from playing like Dr. Frankfurter and Rocky Horror to a video game icon.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism.
Space! Final
I
frontier.
remember seeing him in Home Alone 2 as well and thinking he was the Grinch brought to life. Tim Curry is what made this a phenomenon, and his Pennywise is an icon of horror. In the book, he's described as a cross between Bozo and Clarabelle, but he goes above and beyond to step out of their shadows. And yeah, there's a reason these days I think most people haven't heard of them, but they have heard of Pennywise. He was so scary, casting crew would avoid him between takes, and it might be because he deliberately scared all the child actors behind the scenes, which I can imagine also scarred them for life. He wasn't initially the first choice though, and they actually toyed with casting Alice Cooper. In the end, I think we ended up in the best timeline though, and he cements himself as one of the most iconic horror villains of all time. Now, I will be breaking down the Blu-ray, which contains both episodes as one unbroken movie. However, if you're watching it episodically, then episode 1 ends when the Losers Club think they've defeated Pennywise. Episode 2 then picks up with Stanley's death. Spoiler alert, now the opening credits are accompanied by pictures of Derry and the Losers Club. The picture book is a massive scene in the story with one coming alive to taunt Bill. This also thematically tells us that we'll not only be dealing with the past, but also the future as we transition to the cinema in the present. Or the 90s, but you know what I mean. Things are kind of dilapidated now, and it highlights that nostalgic yearning for the good old days of yesteryear. In the 50s, we can also see the Paramount Cinema showing I Was a Teenage Werewolf, which is a real movie that came out in 1957 that of course later inspired Teen Wolf. It's a movie we see the kids spending the afternoon watching until Henry Bauer chases them out the cinema. Pennywise, of course, also takes the form of a werewolf, so I love this little bit of foreshadowing. Now, that monster was, of course, missing from the 2017 adaptation, which was most likely due to the past scenes being set in the 80s. The book itself is set in 1957/1958 and 1984/1985. The show is set in 1960, but we do get some stuff from the previous summer in 1959. But if I say 50s or 60s when it's the other decade, then apologies, I'm sorry. I love how both versions of the adaptations kind of play with the time gaps though, and have Pennywise disappearing for a period of 30 years. Now, I've never been to Derry, but I have heard people say that the series doesn't really capture the look of it. The miniseries was filmed in Vancouver, Canada, with Chapter 1 and 2 being produced in Ontario. I do feel like Andy Muschietti's movies get the look and feel of Maine down a lot better than this miniseries, but I haven't been to Maine, and if you have, let your Maine man know. We then see a fork of lightning, which ominously hints at the storms rolling in. This is of course playing off what happened to Georgie, and it shows how history's repeating itself. We catch a young girl riding on a trike singing the Incy Wincy Spider, or Itsy Bitsy Spider, which some people always correct me on. But that's how I was raised, and that's what makes this country great. This nursery rhyme, of course, foreshadows the spider form of Pennywise at the end, and it's also about getting washed down the drain, which is a pretty clever way to play into what happens with Georgie. In the book, they talk about how the floods have gone on for days and days, and are getting worse and worse. The sewers can't contain it, and parts of the street are drifting away. This storm also somewhat ties in the end of the story, as when Pennywise is killed, most of the town falls into a sinkhole, which is caused by all the destruction in the sewers. In the book, we learn that Pennywise somewhat built up the town around it, and thus there'd be a constant supply of food. The text even says how Pennywise is Derry, and Derry is Pennywise. So in dying, it destroys a large part of the town. A flood's how we begin and end the tale, and it beautifully brings things full circle. Now, whereas we get the girl here, the novel opens up on Georgie. Though we get that scene later, I love how this is presented with Pennywise flashing in and out of the washing. Cutting before she's grabbed, we don't really know what happened, but we do know that it's every parent's worst nightmare. The child has simply disappeared. Now, though this girl's brand new for the adaptation, she's kind of a mix between Laurie Ann Winterberger and also Matthew Clements. Their deaths set the curfew into effect and sent the town into a frenzy. We then cut to the aftermath and see the police are wearing yellow raincoats. This reminded me of Georgie, and I did wonder if that was deliberate due to all the opening changes. It's here that we meet Mike Hanlon, who's played by Tim Reed. He was a staple of 90s and noughties TV shows and played Ray in Sister Sister, which I only realized on this breakdown. I realized it was Ray. Amazing what a mustache can do, but TV royalty right there. I will not have a bad word said about Ray. Now we discover that Mike stayed behind after they fought Pennywise, which was due to a sense of duty. Thus he spent years preparing and researching the town's history. All the other characters' memories have faded over time, whereas it's still very present for Mike. In the book, we learn Mike paid a police officer $20 to get info on the killings. So his connection to the police here makes sense. He picks up a doll from the drain which reminds him of Georgie, and then Mike finds a picture of the character which is the same one that later appears in the book. It's Pennywise, clearly taunting him and showing that the kids didn't kill him. Well, her. Yes, Pennywise is female in the book, with a spider being its true form. It has eggs, but yeah, I know I'm going to call Pennywise at least he once in this video, so apologies in advance. Now in the book, Mike just told his friends about the picture at the reunion, but I do like that we see him pick it up. It's a show don't tell thing that confirms his suspicions, and we discover Mike merely thought it was sleeping. We then learn about the blood oath, and all swore to return to Derry should it ever return. He then calls each one of his childhood friends to get them to come back and destroy the evil for good. When we see him making his phone calls, the newspaper on the desk is also from the 1930s, which indicates he was researching the last Pennywise haunting from before there were in the 50s. Now haunt is the correct term there, and part 2 of the book even opens with asking if a town can be haunted. There it explains that haunt also means a feeding place for animals, so it ties into what Pennywise is using Derry for. In the book, the modern murders are shown when a gay couple's targeted by homophobes, and the text doesn't shy away from using slurs, so it's a very cool scene. Adrian Mellon's been attacked and thrown over a bridge, which is when he's torn apart by Pennywise. This scene was included in 2019's It Chapter 2, and though I think it's one of the best chapters in the book, I think the repetition of the kid's disappearance probably works better as the first killing that we see. Throughout, the music is also very, very Twin Peaks. It feels like the title theme tune of that TV show, and both episodes were inspired by Lynch's classic TV show. Both seasons of Twin Peaks were broadcast on ABC, and that show also opens with a murder. That's then investigated, with a supernatural cause being found. Pennywise's influence on Bev's father also feels like it's inspired by Laura Palmer and her dad. Other than Twin Peaks, the director was also inspired by the movies of John Carpenter, such as Halloween and The Fog, which you can definitely feel throughout. Tommy Lee Wallace actually worked on both Halloween and The Fog, firstly as an uncredited Michael Myers under the mask at points, and also as a ghost in the latter. From seeing Carpenter up close, he also went on to write and direct Halloween 3, so yeah, lots of attachments to those franchises, which clearly helped him to make this movie. The first calls are made to Bill Denborough, who's busy writing a screenplay in his fancy London home. This is a change up from the book, as there Mike calls Stanley first. Obviously he takes his own life, and it adds to the mystery of why returning to the town so terrifying. Like the book, Bill is a writer and his work's being adapted into a movie. I'm sure I don't need to flag up the self-insert comments there, and a lot of King's works have main characters that are writers, who also come from Maine. In the book, he's adapting his book, The Attic Room, and his wife Audra is also starring in the movie. We actually see the set of said movie in It Chapter 2, and the miniseries does have some fun with the idea that builds a Stephen King insert. Later in the library, we do see a display promoting how he's Derry's biggest export. There's a book called The Glowing, which is very clearly a parody of The Shining. The book also has a long section about how he was contracted to write the screenplays for his adaptations, but that Hollywood always messed them up. King actually wrote the screenplay for The Shining, which Stanley Kubrick then threw out, so it did feel like a little jab. There's also Highwire, Gargoyles Dance, and Gnaw. Highwire is an espionage book, which at a reach could be inspired by The Dead Zone. Gargoyles Dance may have been inspired by Nightmares in the Sky, and the Gnaw's likely inspired by Cujo. There's also Smile, which may be a take on Misery due to the knife on the cover. In Pennywise, the story of it, we can also see they originally had King's actual books on the stand. But maybe it was a rights issue and they couldn't do the stand on the stand, eh?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Now, the thumbs up's right there, but Bill then picks up the phone and he's told that evil has returned and his stutter starts to come back. This phone call then sets off a memory and he's taken back to the past. To me, Pennywise is essentially a metaphor for childhood trauma and the evil overlooked. Be it evil bullies, adults turning a blind eye to sexual assault, or at worst, murders.
What a piece of shit you are, druid. Oh boy. How do you kill this piece of shit? Oh yeah. I know. By doing this. Yes, yes. It's not even about leveling up, it's about a piece of shit. Enough with you. Speedrun.
The trauma has just hurt these kids so much. And that town ain't right. Nowadays, we see how each of the kids has gone on to be successful despite what happened to them in the past. I actually have a theory that beating Pennywise basically showed how strong they were as people, and thus they succeeded in the outside world. They needed to be strong in order to defeat him in the first place, and thus them being successful makes a lot of sense because of what they are as people. However, there is also the theory that it had something to do with their success. There is a belief that if they ended up wealthy and happy, that they might not come back to the town, which is also a read that I think works perfectly with the movie. But what actually is it? Well, the being is billions of years old, and originally it came from a universe that surrounds our own. This is called a macroverse, and it came from that place via an asteroid and then landed on Earth. This was millions of years in the past, and eventually that location would become Derry. It went into a slumber for all that time, but was woken up and would feed every 27 years for roughly a year or two. Now, the being's counterpart is the turtle, a lovely turtle who's called Maturin. It sees itself as the superior to Maturin and considers humans as its toys. 300 settlers arrived during 1740, and almost overnight, they all but disappeared. This disaster was inspired by the mysterious Roanoke colony disappearance, and this basically began its cycle. Now in the book, Bill sees the turtle twice, but the miniseries ignores all this backstory. And to be fair, you can understand why, because it's a crazy turtle called Maturin that roams the galaxy. The more recent adaptations, though, have had a little nuts to it, and I really hope they explore and welcome to Derry.
There was some kind of force guiding us that summer.
Now in the book, Pennywise also goes by the name Bob Gray, which it uses to gain kids' trusts. Introducing himself as that in the book, it then lures people in and uses the power of the deadlights to basically hypnotize its prey. It then eats them and just goes out in the town looking for food. You see this happening firsthand and get Bill's flashback to the day that Georgie died. You hear his mother playing Furley's by Beethoven, and this comes directly from the book. Bill says the music in the house wasn't quite the same after this day, and hearing that song sets off the memory. The young Bill is played by Jonathan Brandis, and they do some subtle things to make him appear more like the older actor, including the addition of a mole. Brandis is a great part of the movie, but sadly he passed away in 2003 after taking his own life. He'd hoped that a role in Hearts War would kickstart his career again, only for it to end up being a deleted scene, which is really sad. But behind the scenes, he had the most acting experience and helped the rest of the kids with their roles. In Bill's bedroom, we can also see a typewriter on his desk and a picture of the Lone Ranger above his bedside table. His bike is called Silver, and he keeps saying, "Hi-yo, Silver" in the book. There's also a picture of a wolf foreshadowing Pennywise taking the form of a werewolf. Now this scene's just like how it is in the source material, with Bill laid up in bed while Georgie begs him to play, or even read him a story. The whole scene's very faithful to the work, and the young boy has to go and get a paraffin from the cellar. I don't blame him for being petrified of going under the house either, and the book expands on what he finds down there. There, Georgie swears he sees something and can smell the sewer. Clearly, the creature's stalking him, and it's in this moment that it decides it's going to get him. Now, much of Bill's trauma comes from almost a survivor's guilt. This is because in the book, he revealed that he pretended to be sick that day and has lived with the guilt that he wasn't there to protect his brother. The sad irony is that he gives Georgie a boat so good that it sails down the street perfectly. Had he not cared so much and put so much effort into it, then it probably would have fallen apart before hitting the drain. We then properly meet Evil Incarnate, aka Pennywise. When I was writing this script, the kids actually walked in at this point, and I probably watched the formation of a childhood trauma before then kicking them out. And they were in for like a second, but I know for a fact it's scarred them for life. I love how Tim Curry also has his New York accent and sounds like a clown who's smoked 20 a day for decades. Though I was never scared of clowns off the back of this, I swear down. I know a couple of people who've said their fear comes purely from the scene. It was even supposedly the inspiration for the 2016 clown sightings, which simpler times. I think this film definitely kickstarted the craze though, and movies like Terrifier owe a lot to this movie. The makeup for Pennywise was done by Joanne Smith, who also worked with Tim Curry on the movie Legend. The original design of Pennywise was far more advanced, but Curry had such a bad time in the makeup chair on that movie that he said he wouldn't go through it again. And yeah, the producers realized he could do as scary a performance without all the prosthetics, so they granted him his wish. Curry would wear yellow contact lenses as well, and even had 2 pairs of false teeth. His look was also based on 1925's The Phantom of the Opera. Also, shoutouts to Seaswell for pointing out how the storm drain scene was inspired by a creepy 60s McDonald's ad bit. We then see him luring poor Georgie, which is when he attacks. It plays off the whole notion of how you shouldn't talk to strangers, and then goes above and beyond scaring you. Because of this, I do wonder how many kids thought twice before talking to a clown in the drain. And hey, maybe Georgie deserved it. I'm not saying he deserved it, but I wouldn't have talked to him. Now, they do censor the death from the book, but I do prefer that they don't show his arm torn off. Eddie later mentions it, so we do know it happened, but I definitely prefer the less is more approach. We instead cut to his coffin and once more see the rain blasting the characters, showing just how depressing the town is. And yeah, I can't imagine having to deal with the death of a sibling like this. A lot of the violence here is insinuated as opposed to being shown, and this was due to the strict standards and practices that the show had to stick to. But ultimately, I think your imagination does the work, and yeah, as a kid, I filled in a lot of the blanks and probably imagined stuff that was even worse than what we get. Now, it's here at the funeral that we meet each of Bill's friends. Wait, is that Seth Green? Yes, it is! It's funny, as Richie's scared of werewolves, and Seth will go on to play one in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. After the funeral, we then get a big scene from the book where the picture of Georgie winks and bleeds. We also get our first hint that the parents aren't right either, as his mum has blood on her hands, but neither can see it. Both parents are confused, and most of the adults in the story don't see what the kids see. This is explained in the work, and Pennywise somewhat hypnotizes the town. This is why the police never figure out what's going on, as they're kind of made to be apathetic. It's also a clear metaphor for adults never believing children or putting their fears down to a child's imagination. The Derry curse isolates the youth, and this helps Pennywise feed with relative ease. Bill then explains everything to Audra and how he forgot about his brother's murder. Audra was cut quite heavily from in chapter 2, with her being on set briefly, but this shows her a lot more in the same vein of how she's portrayed in the book. She's played by Olivia Hussey, who played Juliet in the 1968 adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. She's also Norman Bates' mother in the Psycho sequels, and Psycho is something we'll be breaking down very soon. We then get Ben Hanscom's call in New York City. Though he was bullied as a kid for being fat, he's now become a rich architect and a bit of a ladies' man. He is very different from his book counterpart though, who lives in Nebraska. In the work they tell us he designed the BBC building in London, which was actually the Derry Library just turned on its side. In the book, we join him in a Nebraska bar where he rattles off the story to a bartender. He even leaves him with some valuable silver coins that he says once saved his life. When discussing his weight, he also talks about a coach and says how that basically pushed him to lose it. So overcoming bullies and proving them wrong is a big part of his life. Ben here is played by John Ritter, the late TV legend who was in Three's Company, 8 Simple Rules. And of course, the really fun Problem Child movies. He heads to the top of his in-construction building, and I did wonder if they were going to go the Stanley Eurus route with him. Like Bill, his childhood tics come back as he puts his thumb to his mouth. We then cut to the younger Ben, who wears baggy clothes despite it being summer, but the book explains that this is done to hide his weight. Both actors who played the character came up with this thumb idea, and it was a way to make adult Ben seem more connected to his younger version, mainly due to the fact that they looked the least like each other out of the rest of the kids and adults. Brandon Crane, who plays the young Ben, also had a cameo in it chapter 2, and he can be seen when Ben's in the boardroom. In the scene, we learn that he's just came to Derry, and in the book discovered that he'd been moved from town to town due to his dad being in the military. The teacher also says, "Welcome to Derry," with this being used as the title for the new show. You can also see the president's photos above the chalkboard, which has Richard Nixon, but actually, he did not become president until 1969. Despite Henry Bowers being an absolute knobhead and bullying him for his weight, he instantly locks eyes with Beverly Marsh, setting up their future relationship. Emily Perkins, who played Bev, was actually inspired by her mother, as she was also named Bev and lived in a similar home in the 50s. What a poor girl. Henry's then sent to the principal's office and given detention for the name calling. He mentions how his dad's gonna tan his hide, which is something explored a lot more in the modern movies. In the book, we learn that his dad beats him, and thus Henry believes this is how he should treat people. He's also already repeated this grade and will be again, which is something that's only mentioned in the book. Derry actually has a vendetta against Ben specifically because he tried to copy his test answers and Ben wouldn't let him. Ben figured out if he could avoid him for the summer, he'd then go to high school and would never see him again. However, they obviously can't do that with this being Ben's first day, so instead he just gets punished for oinking at him. Henry being kept back though has made him the biggest kid in the class, which he of course uses to his advantage.
As you know, the sheriff has instituted a 7 p.m. curfew.
Now we see how most of the kids are social outcasts, and Bev's ridiculed for her dad being a janitor. In the book, Alvin Marsh was actually staff at the Derry Hospital, whereas here he works at the school. In the book, she was also a bit of a cool kid and didn't really talk to Ben. But here, she introduces herself to him. Ben then goes home, saying her name, and in both the book and show, he then composes a haiku. Unfortunately, the war moments cut short when Henry tries to carve his name into Ben's stomach. This dude is less Danny Zucco and more Danny Succo. Oh! In the book, we hear his pals' inner thoughts and how they don't actually think he's gonna do it, and are surprised that he's actually a psychopath. There he does get the H though, which is on Ben's stomach for the rest of his life. It also describes how he uses his weight to his advantage, and then he kicks back from Henry and manages to pull the gang down the hill. Here though, he just sends himself off and gets a good head start. Ben then escapes into the barrens while the bullies confront Bill and Eddie. I really like the slow zoom in on the kids as they now have new targets, and it's almost like a predator catching them. The scene gets repeated later when Ben returns to Derry, showing how traumatic it was for the young lad. They pretty much take the scene from the book where they kick down the dam and cause Eddie's asthma attack. In the work, this went on for hours, with Ben having to lie low for quite a while. Also, question. Why does Belch keep doing that? Either way, they then go off looking for Ben, and Ben gets to make some new friends. He also name drops Dr. Kiddo when saying Eddie might fall into a coma. But actually, that show didn't air until the 27th of September 1961. And this is set in the 5th. What the hell? In the book, Bill then runs off to get his medicine and he takes his bike silver. In the future, Bill wonders how many times it saved their life, and we get an explanation of him going to the pharmacy. Turns out the pharmacist just gives him out placebos, and he thinks how Eddie's mum's making him think he's sick, which is what they kind of touch upon here, albeit very subtly. Eddie's asthma actually gets better on its own, showing that he never really had it. In the book, Bill gives him the placebos, and he's immediately cured after it. But I do like the change as he breaks the illusion himself, and it plays nicely into his character. Though he does still take it and acts like it has an effect. Now, like nearly all of the losers, Ben's home life is absolutely terrible. His cousin's a dick, and he's forced to live with them as his father died in the Korean War. His aunt's helping out his mother due to her being poor, which is actually something that happened when he left Derry. She shamed him for eating too much, and he would even eat on purpose to try and anger her. In the book, he just lived with his mother at this point and had long periods of time in solitude. His mum actually put some rules in place, and we got a great scene where she ended up buying him a watch. She says no matter what, he has to be back by a certain time, otherwise she'll immediately call the police. And this watch is just a constant reminder. However, he loves it, it's his favourite possession, and kind of highlights how she loves him deep down. All that stuff with his cousin and aunt though is brand new for the show, and she's looking after him because she says it's her Christian duty. Really though, she's just ashamed her sister's on welfare. Again, the music here is fantastic though, and just like Twin Peaks, it hits before something weird happens. We then see his dad standing out in the barrens, which is just above Pennywise's lair. This whole scene's inspired by a scene from the book in which Ben sees Pennywise as the mummy. That's of course a classic Universal horror creature, and Ben saw it in the winter when the canal was frozen over. However, it does get referenced later when Eddie heads into the creepy house. In the book, a balloon floats up to him, which we do sort of get here as his dad transforms. In the text, Ben notices the balloons are floating against the wind and decides to make a run for it. I love the way here his dad kind of transforms as we cut away, and he gets more and more clown-like. We didn't have that fancy CGI back in the day, so they had to make do with doing stuff like this, but I think it works really well. In the book, Ben says he can smell the sewage and water on the wind, and that damp feeling almost consuming him. In the show, a skeleton then crawls out the water, and pretty traumatizing.
And when you're down here with me, fat boy, you float too.
Him calling him this is also what he'll later do when he says,
Kiss me, fat boy.
We then cut to his love, Beverly Marsh, who's now a fashion designer. She's with an abusive man named Tom Rogan, who kind of mirrors her dad. Their company is called Beverly by Hand, and I did wonder if that was playing upon how he hits her. Like Audra, he has a much bigger role in the novel, and we get a full chapter where we basically see inside his head. He and Bev have a fashion house together, but he's controlling and abusive. There's a scene where he sexually assaults her and she stays with him, so in his mind, this is something that she needs. So again, it kind of plays in the idea of trauma and how people can shut down because of it. Really, she's kind of just like a battered housewife who hasn't learned to stand up for herself. This call is what makes her finally do it, and she also confronts the fear of her husband, and in some ways her dad. Smallville fans will of course recognize in her too, who plays the adult Bev. In this early meeting, she says she can't stop shaking, and Tom says fear spreads like a cancer, and thus you won't have it around. It's a great line which plays upon the theme of fear, and rather than hiding from it, it's better to confront it directly. It is only subdued in the end when the kids start to ignore their fears and finally stand up for themselves. They then go and meet Japanese businessmen, and it's a bit of an odd scene as it lingers on them for quite a bit. But if you watch it again, you can see how Tom doesn't bow, which is a sign of disrespect. However, Beverly does, which kind of plays into her personality. Despite this, they clearly won the contract as we catch them in bed with champagne. However, she gets a call to return to Derry, which might have been a bit of a relief compared to living with this absolute twat. He's ugly and fat in the original text, but yeah, he's like a Patrick Bateman-esque psycho. He implies he'll keep her locked up, but she hits a fastball that not even the best baseball player of all time could hit. Babe Ruth! This is just like how she defeats the clown by throwing an object, but back then she was very handy with a slingshot. It dinks his head, and it looks like he has a concussion, as Bev says she'll kill him if he ever goes near her again. It's kind of bittersweet though, as Bev is free of her current nightmare, but she returns to her childhood one. In the book, she then goes and stays with a pal, but this got cut completely from the adaptation. Probably because they cut Tom Rogan's subplot out of following her to Derry. The friend isn't needed, and in the book he tortured the pal to find out where she was going. The book even went through his backstory and home life, and we discovered he was beaten by his mother, which is why he acts like this. This is another running theme in the book, showing how parental abuse can be cyclical. We then flash back to the past and see Ben's dropped off the aforementioned haiku. It catches the ire of her father in a scene that somewhat mirrors Tom shouting at her, highlights just how she's left one tragic home life and went into another. Her dad is wildly abusive, and in the book, he's an incestuous nonce. However, this is played down in the TV version, which you can see why, because it might have been too dark for TV in the 90s. The father also didn't find it in the book, and her mother's also missing from this miniseries. Again, there's a lot of content cut, but her mother started to suspect her husband was a bit too into his daughter. Shooting his shot, Ben then asked her to come to the Barrens with him as they plan to rebuild the dam that was destroyed earlier. This is a major section of the work as well, with it taking up most of the summer. A policeman arrives and then tells them they have to kick it down because it's been backing up all the drains and causing floods, further playing into the idea that Derry's about to erupt. Richie also does an impression of the Irish officer and basically just rattles off his voices, which Ben says all sound like Richie. Either way, he arrives referencing Gunga Din, which is a poem about an Indian water carrier in the British Army. He's joined by Stan, who stands at the back and seems a lot less confident than the rest. Richie, of course, will go on to be a TV comic, and this kinda lays the groundwork. Ben also says he just knows the dam is going to work, which is a section that comes directly from the book. Even without any qualifications or studies, he just instinctively knows how things are built. The dam also works, and it shows just how small Ben is compared to the rest. Sadly, a lot of his brain power is cut from the movie, and we barely get to know the Losers Club at all. We also see the love triangle beginning to form as Bev clearly likes Bill. It's implied she thinks he did the haiku, but it's later explained she knew it was Ben all along, so why are you teasing him? Well, lad looks heartbroken. In the evening, we then see her dad watching 77 Sunset Strip on TV. This was an ABC crime show that aired in the late 50s and early 60s, and it's also name-dropped in the novel. Interestingly, we see him drinking a beer, but in the book he was a teetotaler who prided himself on not having any vices. You know, other than being a nonce. In the bathroom, Beverly hears children in the pipes, which are long dead and have been killed by the clown. Everything all goes back to the sewers, and that's of course where we find its lair at the end of the miniseries. Now, the book explains that Betty Ripson's voice can often be heard coming from the drains. Here though we get Victoria Burrows, who was actually the casting director for the miniseries, and Matthew O'Connor, who was one of the producers. They say, we all float down here, that kind of thing, and this is quite literal as their bodies were found floating in the water of the sewers. Pennywise also levitated their bodies before eating them and left some in suspended animation. When the bully later sees the deadlights, he floats and goes into a pipe, so this might be what he means. A red balloon-like blood ball then explodes in the bathroom, but her dad's unable to see it. Now, in order to excuse this, she says how a big spider went down the drain. This of course foreshadows Pennywise's true form, like the itsy bitsy spider tube. Once again though, the clown's an allegory for abuse and how kids will often cover it up. He says that if she tries she'll die, much like how abusers try to isolate their victims from their guardians. We then cut to Eddie, who's living with his mother. He actually lives in a place named after your mum, Great Neck. Interestingly, Eddie was almost played by Jim Carrey, which I think would have been wild. Dennis Christopher is great as a neurotic limo company owner, but I would have loved to have seen Carrey in the film. In the book, he actually lives with his wife, who is just like his mother. So like Bev, he's ended up marrying his parent. They change over the film, and I do feel it's a comment on how basically Eddie's a virgin and also possibly gay. Back in the 90s, you couldn't have an openly gay character on TV, at least around this time, so they do kind of set it up without spelling it all out. His mother also isn't fat like the book, which is something that's mentioned a fair bit. This is much more like a Norman and Norma Bates kind of vibe. The scene plays out a lot like the book though, but in that he asks his wife to pick up Al Pacino, as opposed to his métier. They don't mention Pacino all out, but do say Al, and if you read the book, you know, big balls out here! We then come to the flashback of the kids watching I Was a Teenage Werewolf and to see them all wincing. In the book, this was just Richie, Bev and Ben. However, the novel has so much character story, it works well in the movie to just have everyone together. You can see Bev cuddle up and eye between both Ben and Bill, playing up the weird love triangle that happens in the story. Things go a bit different though in the book. Eddie doesn't drop his popcorn because, yeah, he isn't there. Instead, Danny Fucko and the rest of his friends just see Bev, Ben and Richie and then chase after them. I do prefer that they add the kids doing it to the gang though, and it kind of shows they're not that cowardly and will still stand up to Henry. They kind of get their strength in numbers, and I think this sets it up here in what's very good shorthand. They then go past the Barons, and in the book they also talk about the house on Nearbolt Street. This is the place where Pennywise resided and was what the kids referred to as a haunted house. It's quite a big omission from the story, which the 2017 at Chapter 1 thankfully included. In the book they'd go past there, and Eddie once saw a leper that he was worried would infect him. The leper even talks about, you know, trying to give him a BJ, which is really weird when reading it, and it just kind of plays into the themes of abuse. We then see Eddie's mother, who's dressed similar to the 60s, at least in this movie. She's wildly controlling and won't let him take a shower with the rest of the kids, due to the germs. Ultimately, this leaves him isolated, and his coach demands that he goes back and washes. In the book, the coach played a bit of a bigger role, and like the pharmacist, he knew there was absolutely nothing wrong with him. His mother has instilled a fear of showering in public though, which is why Pennywise weaponizes it so easily. We see the showers start to turn on and extend, which then start coming towards it. It's pretty good use of special effects as they appear almost snake-like. Pennywise then comes out the drain, tying into how he's connected to the sewers. Him coming out the plug was done using stop motion, and I think it was actually a pretty good effect there for the 90s, but according to the reviews, terrible. He also calls him Girly Boy, which plays in the fact that people suspect that he's gay. There's also the fact that boys' changing rooms like this are said to be a place where abuse has happened. I think because they don't kill it as well, they simply suppress it. It kind of plays in those themes of how we have childhood abuse here. Eventually though, it always comes to the surface, and at some point in your life, you have to confront it, even if you try to forget the memories of it. Eddie then starts to have an asthma attack as Pennywise and shows his teeth and yellow eyes. Granted, it doesn't seem scary now, but back when I was a kid, fucking hell. We then cut to Richie, who's grown up to be a comedian on TV. While in the book he was one of the biggest radio hosts in America, they obviously updated it for the time. He's got a photo of him kissing a woman backstage, but nobly, the new editions changed him to have feelings for Eddie. Played by Harry Anderson, he was a comedian, actor and magician in real life. I love the way it's all hustle and bustle though, and we follow him from the stage to the dressing room in one unbroken shot. Everyone's trying to talk to him and get his attention, but Mike's phone call, that's what cuts through the noise. Arguing with his partner, I love the way they're framed in different boxes in the house, showing how separate they are mentally. He wants him to stay in Beverly Hills and do his commitments to the network. However, Richie has his commitments to Derry, which is ultimately far more important. His mate doesn't even get how serious it is, and even suspects that gangsters might be involved somehow. After getting a flash of the werewolf, we then cut to the past, where Bill's reading a story about magic stones being used to defeat a dragon, possibly foreshadowing the adventure they'll go on to defeat their own monster. He even calls the Silver Slug stones when they confront Pennywise. We also learn that Bill actually wrote this piece, which sets up his turn as an author. Before Georgie was killed, he actually asked him to read this story about the magic stones, and I do like seeing his early development as a novelist. Now, Eddie also says he wants to be a train conductor. This might be a little nod to the book, as trains were something which were mentioned quite a lot. They helped grow Derry through exports and trade, but they eventually led to a major decline during the Korean War. That stopped passenger trains and basically cut off a lot of the economy. This is a really great scene though, as the kids share what they want to be when they grow up. Despite the murders and threat of the killer clown, they're still looking to the future, showing that there is some hope, which is why the kids are able to defeat Pennywise the first time. The fact that they've all came together to build this dam as well shows that as a group they can basically stop the forces of nature, which Pennywise very much is. They realize that when coming together they still have a hope for the future, which is something that their parents don't really have. This hope's exemplified perfectly in Ben, and even though his dad was killed in the Korean War, he still wants to be a fighter pilot. Richie then says he wants to go to Hollywood and meet Sandra Dee. He also says he wants to be a rock and roll singer. In the book, he was obsessed with the show American Bandstand, and his mum despised rock and roll.
Rock and roll is here to stay.
Wait, it does take place in the Grease universe.
What is this? A crossover episode?
Stanley then says that he likes cataloging things and finding a logical order. It kind of speaks to why he loves watching birds and then became an accountant. Sadly, the movie doesn't really go into his adult life that much, and he's a very undeveloped character, especially compared to the book. The Irish cop officer now then appears with one of the worst Irish accents of all time.
That means together all the time.
We also hear how Velma Daniels' body's been found, whereas in the book, this was a boy called Jimmy Cullen. Kids going to the Barrens puts them in danger, and he makes them swear to stick together. They of course defeat Pennywise as a team, and it's this oath that expands out for most of their lives. Back at school, Richie's then confronted by Henry Bowers. In the book, they didn't actually return to school because it was the summer holidays, and this moment happened when Richie was chased through a department store. Making a mess, he's then, wait, is that cigarette smoking man? Is this where he started investigating aliens from? It's him! Anyway, Richie's sent to get a mop from Mr. Marsh.
Get upstairs and get a mop from Mr. Marsh and clean us up.
Which, though he doesn't show up, you know, it is Beverly's dad, and it's just a nice little connection between the characters. He then encounters the teenage werewolf before it's revealed as Pennywise. In the book, this happened at Nearbolt Street, but I actually prefer the school. We all kind of went into those weird dark rooms somewhere in a building that we think we're familiar with, but there's a certain section where it's like, oh, I don't like going in there. And yeah, it just kind of plays up on that fear. Popping out, saying it's a werewolf, all the kids laugh at him, but in the end, he's literally the kid who cried wolf. They think he's joking around because, yeah, that's his personality, but his friends look very, very concerned. Each one of them's had their own bizarre encounter with a clown, and slowly they open up about what happened, which is kind of what unites them. In more recent times, you know, we've had things like the Me Too movement, where people have come forth and basically all shared their stories. They kept it to themselves for quite a long time, but once someone came forward, then countless other people were like, yeah, that happened with me as well. Me Too movement is of course a more contemporary thing, but that's just kind of where my mind goes to. But yeah, throughout history there's been all these kind of instances where abuses happened and then people have united years later to take it down. So I do actually think this works really well in hindsight, and retroactively it kind of keeps the movie timeless. Those children laughing though, that still haunts him, and the mocking is of course shared by the clown, which, with Pennywise's voice actually being mixed into the kids laughing. Jumping over to Mike, we then see him reminisce over the photo at the train yard. We learn he's fascinated with history, and he tells the story about the Kitchener Ironwork explosion. Now this was a major part of the town's history. There was a big Easter egg hunt there, lots of kids came to it, but the ironworks exploded and basically killed them all. The kid's head was even found in a tree days later, and it put the town into a state of grief. Mike also tells the class about the Derry sandpipe and the disappearing settlers. These are all featured heavily in the book interludes and are really gripping. They just break up the story and it's like getting a mini short story that's absolutely terrifying. They're intended to show just how evil it is and how it's all connected to these disasters. Most adults barely remember or even lie about seeing Pennywise at these things, and it shows how the clown can affect memory and basically make you suppress your fear. Later, Bev realizes that the teacher didn't know about it at all, and it might be why she tries to wrap up Mike's presentation, as she's under the spell of the Derry curse, or as they call it, the Derry disease. Basically though, every single adult tries to ignore what's happening and hopes that the nail that doesn't stand up won't get hammered down. Does that make sense? But yeah, there's definitely that feeling in the town that most of the adults will turn a blind eye, and we even see that Bev's ignored when Henry Bowers and his gang try to assault her. In the modern movies, Ben was of course the one who read up on this, and it tied into his love for the library. That was a place he went to due to not having friends or wanting to go outside, but I do probably prefer that they combined that there. Mike's love for history is such a big part of the book though, but unfortunately we lost a lot of great details from the novel. We have Mike interviewing lots of Derry citizens, including a policeman who regrets never solving some of the cases. As we can see, Henry's really rude to Mike, and in the book they had a major familial beef. Henry Bowers' father burned down Mike's dad's chicken coop and he was ordered to pay restitution and held a grudge ever since. He blamed the Hanlon for his poverty while they had a decent life due to hard work, which is kind of hidden out when they get out of school, as Henry says that Mike's family's been giving them grief for a long time. Henry calls Mike the N-word throughout most of these scenes, and Jared Blancard actually apologized Sunset for doing it. But yeah, it was part of this. It wasn't like he was saying it himself, you know, it was part of the script. But yeah, there's a massive racial element to it, and the Bowers target them because of their skin. Missing from the movies also the fire at the Black Spot. Mike's father set up a club for other black soldiers, and it proved to be really popular. Bands came to play and people from the town became loyal customers. It even featured Dick Halloran, who you might know the name of from The Shining. In the book, Eddie was also friends with Paul Sheldon, who is the author of Misery. One thing I love about King's books is how they're all connected in some way or another, and we even get the mention of Shawshank quite a bit. But back to the Black Spot, that was burned down by the Order of White Decency, which were a version of the KKK. We then see the shopkeeper intervene, which shows that not everyone in the town's willing to let things slide. Chased to the quarry from the photo, we then hear the others discuss their encounters. Each one of them said a run-in that shook them to the core, with them all being different monsters. However, all of them saw a clown. Stephen King, though, was a massive fan of the Universal monster movies, and this is why so many of them appear throughout the book. Because yeah, they're what scared him as a kid. They finally realized that all these attacks are connected though, and it's a monster that's causing all the trouble in Derry. They've all kept it quiet so they didn't seem crazy, but Richie's public outburst has made them all realize. It's here that Mike arrives after being chased by the gang, and I really like how Henry is the other threat to the kids and a constant annoyance to them. Now this bit all mainly takes place in the apocalyptic rock fight chapter. Major moments are cut though, such as Henry poisoning Mike's dog, and we learn just why the bully's the way he is. Butch Bowers, his father, was a World War II vet who fought in the Pacific. Suffering from PTSD, is eventually sent him mentally ill. The town gossiped that the war had turned him crazy, and over time he became more and more of an outcast. This caused his farm to fall into disrepair, and he took it out on his son. He also painted swastikas on Mike's dad's thriving business, which he blamed for taking his away. Mr. Bowers is not included in the miniseries, which I do think's a real shame. Even just one or two scenes would have, I think, really added to why Henry's the way he is. Though not part of the Losers Club, Henry's actually a major kid character in the book and show, and yet to have it omitted, whereas the other kids get their parents and you see how bad it is, I think it would have added a bit, or quite a lot to be fair. In the book, Henry also ended up being given a knife by Pennywise, which led to him killing his father. Pennywise had basically let him off the leash, and he went to another level of psychopathy. Sadly, a lot of that is cut for time, but it's so satisfying seeing the Losers Club defeat Henry Bowers and his friends. They work together, and it's their first real victory. I think everyone, you know, has that bully that used to make fun of them, and one of my most satisfying memories is standing up to mine. Ultimately, they back down, as all bullies are just cowards on the inside. But yeah, you look back to like school photos and you're like, This is the kid who was a nightmare, and it's like a 3-foot-tall kid, but back then, terrifying. But now I'm just like, yeah, crazy to think everyone was kind of terrorized by this guy. But Mike is then asked to join after the fight, and we get a conversation that goes like this.
Why are you guys anyway? We're sort of a club. Yeah, the Losers Club.
What are we, some kind of losers club? They then adopt the name that Henry called them, and in owning it, it's no longer a weakness. We then see Mike take the photo that brought on this memory earlier, and in their wood base, he then tells them the history of Derry. They instantly recognize Pennywise the clown, and he's been at each of the disasters in the town's past. The album then becomes possessed, just like we saw with Georgie's album. It horrifies the kids, and I think it's great how the black and white photo transitions into color and comes alive. It then says, "I'll kill you all," which repeats Bauer's line from earlier.
I'll kill you all! I'll kill you all!
Further showing how their two big fears mirror each other. I have even thought sometimes, right, like, is Henry Bowers really Pennywise, and being kids, our imagination makes them think it's this killer clown. Henry later confesses to the crimes, and yeah, though he's taken the fall, there is that read on it that there's this psychotic kid who cuts his name into people's stomachs, goes around with a knife trying to kill them in the drains. You know, would you misremember that as being a really scary clown? Maybe not, but I think it's a read worth discussing. It is this line that Pennywise later repeats to Henry though, and what gets him to break out the asylum. Stan then slams the book shut as he's in denial and clearly the most scared of them all.
I just want to forget about it.
Bill is clearly torn apart by his brother's death though, and the fact his murderer is still out there. Thus, he begs the Losers Club to help him. Jumping to the 90s, we then finally see Stan. His wife's repairing some clothes, and she's also reading a paper. The scariest thing in the movie, though, is his wife having her shoes on the sofa. Bone chilling. They're watching Perfect Strangers, another ABC show, which is when Stan gets the phone call. In the book, we saw things from his wife's point of view, and learned they couldn't have kids, despite constantly trying. Their parents kept asking when they'd have them, and eventually they just stopped asking, which was even more painful than constantly being asked. Such a tragic story though, in which they had to deal with going for tests, feeling worthless, and eventually just giving up. This is actually the chapter that I mentioned before, but that's the one that lasts over 4 hours, and you basically get an entire novel's worth of their lives. As we know though, none of the losers can have kids, which is a byproduct of their curse. All of them are pretty much living parallel lives in which they're going to be successful, can't have kids, and also feel isolated. The miniseries later says how the curse finally gets broken, and in the end, Ben got Bev pregnant. Unlike Ben and Bill, his childhood tics come back, and we see as Bev shows she's a crack shot with a slingshot. The lads are like... They also talk about the silver coins, slash earrings, slash silver bits in whatever version you're reading. And Richie was probably inspired by the werewolf, as he thinks silver can take out Pennywise. This is a major moment for Ben, as in the books he attempted to try and make silver bullets. And yet, that goes into these silver coin slash earring things here. We then see how Eddie's reluctant to go and fight the clown, while they all take a hit of his inhaler. It's sort of like having a whiskey for some courage, but we know it's a placebo. Like Pennywise though, just how he's made real, their imagination makes this real as well. Because it's an abstract creature that's based off what's in your mind, it's also the best way to defeat it. This is also why it didn't tend to go after adults. Their fears are things like bills, no one hitting the thumbs up on their video, and how they're gonna pay for our memberships and shirts. Luckily, we have a deal on this store right now where the more you buy, the more of a discount you get. We've not only got our Pennywise inspired shirt, which you can see here, but we've also got ones for Alien Earth, James Bond, fantastic design that, and it all goes towards helping videos like this get made. The Pennywise one, it's even double-sided with a dancing clown saying you'll float too, so yeah, go check them out and thank you for all your support. Now as the group head into the sewers, we see as they're followed by Henry and the gang. Their psychotic nature is shown, as Henry says they chased a dog down here before. Obviously, torturing animals is a trait of a serial killer, and Henry planned to kill the gang and leave them here for good. Also, love how the lads send Bev up to the front when they find a piece of clown's clothing. Very chivalrous. The Deadlights encounter one of the bullies, and I love the point of view shot here. In the book, we actually get some POV chapters where we learn that it was scared after the first fight. The creature doesn't normally feel fear, as nothing tends to be a match for it, and that power is demonstrated when it pulls the kid through the pipe and turns Henry Bauer's hair white. You might also notice that the kid who gets pulled through has a completely blank expression. Seeing the Deadlights is often too much for the human mind to comprehend, and witnessing it can send you insane. Stan then runs off and meets back up with the rest of the group. We see part of its true form fly over the kids, which feels very Lovecraftian. Feels like it's been lifted from the legendary author's work, and I did wonder if the turtle stuff was inspired by Terry Pratchett. Richie thinks they've won, but the nightmare has only really begun as mist starts to rise. No, not that mist, but it might be. It's Stephen King, mate, and we are reaching. They all stay together and resist the being by refusing to be scared. We see Georgie, Bev's father, the werewolf, and finally Pennywise, who takes Stanley. He's the only one who fails to resist, and he falls foul of the clown. His reciting of the scouting code fails and gives an insight into why he ends his life. In chapter 2 added in a section that King stated improved on his work. There Stan ends his life because he knows he's a weak link and will fail them if it comes down to it. Here we do kind of get the groundwork for that, so I did appreciate that Andy Machete at least picked up on that. Here though, I think they kind of underused Stan, and he's just a rather tragic character. Pennywise then says how they taste better when they're afraid, which is similar to the book. Basically goes over how fear salts the meat, so to speak. However, they have a secret weapon, their childhood imagination. Eddie uses his own fear of his mother's insistence that he's sickly by hitting him with his inhaler. Even saying it's battery acid, which it isn't, but the belief it is more powerful than anything that it has. Bev then finishes it off with the silver slugs, which send it down the hole. It's some insanely ropey VFX here, but using their fear against it helps them win the day. Interestingly, it actually rained quite a lot when they were filming these scenes, so they saved a lot of money on the effects. Its hand then turns into the spider they'll see as an adult, but it sounds like it's dead. They aren't too sure, but for now, it's over. Time to repress and suppress all this trauma. But Pennywise, preying on their fears of children, makes them more succumb to it because they're younger and their imagination runs wild. Stanley was also the most afraid because he got attacked the latest and didn't have as much time to get over that fear. In the book, Bill also used he thrusts his fist against the post and still insists he sees the ghost, which comes from speech therapy, and he then talks about it in episode 2, which we'll get into in just a bit. In the book though, in order to defeat it, they actually went into the ritual of Chud, which wasn't included here. There they discuss what the being actually is and cite that it might be a glamour. This is a metaphysical being which is called all sorts of different names across all corners of the world. They settled on the idea that the ritual of Chud could defeat it and practice this down in the sewers. Now in Himalayan tradition, a wise man will go and defeat a tailist by engaging in this ritual. How they'd enact this is stick their tongue out, and the creature would then do the same. They then lock them together and engage in a battle of the mind. This included telling jokes and riddles, and if the man won, the tailors would disappear for a century. In the battle, Bill does this and flies through the macroverse and sees a turtle that we mentioned earlier. I'm kind of glad that I didn't read the book, because yeah, I would have skipped over this shit as well. We then get a really weird chapter where they're unable to escape the sewers. About one by one they have sex with Bev, and this matures them to the point that they can leave. It's described in like very graphic detail, with Bev even commenting on who the biggest is, and yeah, even to this day, King still gets shit for it. I can't even imagine like writing this in the script and getting the kids to read it, and even if they were like reading the book for research, and yeah, best to just avoid all that and cut it completely. In every version from now until the end of time. On the surface, they then make an oath to come back and defeat it for good if it returns. In the book, it's a blood oath, and they all cut their hands. Over time, these fade like the memories, but they reappear after the phone calls. You might have...
Blow a cock. Zoom.
Choose what you need. A useful trade.
You don't say about the profit. Nema šta da ti ne verujem, eto tako se ja osjećam svaki put. Znaš
Nešto, poslije ću ti-
koliko mi
ne
je
znam.
to u listi prioriteta? 0.
Sutra
kod
je
tebe.
nedelja, nema šta, napisat ću ti poruku.
Nije nedelja. Nije nedelja sutra, sutra je subota.
Šta je sutra subota?
A ja, nedelja.
Šta pričaš?
A bolest. I forgot.
Nelly. Welcome to my channel.
What? A piece of shit. Just have to run backward like a pussy. That's it. Maybe.
Time is of the essence.
Fate is so unkind. Now I should have known. Blind leading the blind, reaping what I sow. If it all amounts to nothing, why am I standing in this one? Yes. just remember something. Focus, focus. Up. Nice.
Yes. Goodbye. Yes. Speak quickly. That may be a difficult battle.
You don't say. Oh god. Sure.
Not yet. I need more time.
Like there is a space. Yeah, right. There you go, Queen protected. What a bullshit attack.
Go on. This is all we have. A good priority. Indeed.
Yes.
Also notice that Stanley's the one who doesn't swear to return at first and only does it when he feels like he's forced to. Makes sense, again, why he ended his life, as he was clearly just in the position where he didn't want to face that evil again. Just like the book, his wife finds him and is horrified at seeing his dead body. She has a lot of guilt over the fact that she sat and just watched her show while he went to the bath, clearly distressed. It's a harrowing moment that ends the first part of the miniseries with him writing it in his blood. Oh, I opened it on the fucking page. Always remember seeing this when I was reading it and being like, whoa, they've got a picture in a book. They've actually made a picture. Yeah, now you can see how it's written in the book, and then they bring that to the movie. And I swear down, I don't have this bookmarked or anything. I opened it on that page because I'm gonna defeat Pennywise. It was meant to be the turtle is my ally. But yeah, on a sadder note, it's just another case of Pennywise claiming another victim through fear. Now the original broadcast then ended with us getting a to be continued. It aired on a Sunday, and that really puts the scary in Sunday scaries, which adults can relate to, I'm sure. As mentioned though, the book has the past and present run simultaneously right until the end. So the ritual is like the last chapter, and we jump back and forth through time as the ritual happens happens in the past and then also in the present. For episode 2, we then open on Bill, who arrives at Georgie's grave. The clowns dug a load of graves, one for each of the losers. However, one is taken already as Stanley Uris has died, which they don't know yet. Meeting in the library, Mike explains that as he never left, he didn't forget what happened. Bill remembers that Bev also lived here and that this is Poor Town. Mike says it still is, and oop, awkward, this is where he lives. Sorry you're not a hotshot author like me, Mike. How's your YouTube channel doing? Oh, 500 views, you fucking piece of shit. You'll live in Poor Town forever, Mike, you sucker. Nah, but I don't want to sound like I'm looking down on people with 500 views. I started off with 500 views once, so good on you, mate. You keep going, mate, and you might be a hotshot YouTuber like me. Now, to help him Bill remember, Mike then shows him Silver. It's very different in the book, as Bill comes across it later after the meal with his friends. He finds it in the pawn shop, just as Mike mentions here. He also uses the phrase about thrusting his fists against the post to get over his returning stutter. Touching it, he then remembers riding it as a kid, and later the two guys fix it up. Just like the book, they put together the tires and service this childhood treasure. However, we get a wildly bizarre montage of the guys riding it. The book just has the cards spooking them, and we move on as there's two aces of spade in the deck, which is weird, and despite having fun, they're reminded that things are strange in this town. Funnily enough, John Ritter actually kept one of the cards with Pennywise's face on it. Either way, moving on, in between this we see Richie singing the Beach Boys as he's upset that Paramount's closed. This was the favourite part of his childhood, and it reminds him how everything ends. Where Richie then heads to the library as Pennywise taunts him. He just goes wild, bursts balloons full of blood in front of people's faces, and shouts over the top of him talking, so he just looks like a guy screaming in the library.
Yeah, my handling that I had to go, that I had to get cleaned up.
Do you have friends Albert in a can? You do? Well, you better let the poor guy out. Roll too old.
The line about the woman being too old for him and the Albert in the can gag, they're all right out the book. The scene in the story actually had Ben getting spooked there, but yeah, they didn't really do the groundwork here to have him as a bookworm. There though, they returned to his childhood safe haven and he got a new library card. Now due to Richie getting Ben's scenes, he returns to Derry and retraces his footsteps in the woods. He has the most 80s piece of tech, which is a pod PC, which I haven't seen in a long time. He then goes back to where he tumbled down into the Barrens and met the losers for the first time. He then sees a kid being chased, just like him, but part of me wonders if that was even real. Especially as we see his dad's skeleton right after this. It's probably the least spookiest out of all the spooks for the adults, as he then sees a balloon that says, "Turn back now." I feel like similar to Richie with the cinema thing, it's showing that things are getting worse and everything's decaying. The skeletons now replace that standing man, and it kind of symbolizes that everything's just rotting. We then see Eddie, who heads into the pharmacy that he frequented as a child. This scene is right out the book as Mr. Keen tries to help Eddie break the illusion. Sort of how the children have to do it on their own, he basically questions his fears. Eddie's terrified of everything and believes that he has severe allergies. But ultimately, it's fear, and I love how he has to overcome this in his mind. Poor Eddie believes his mother though, and won't be told otherwise. Kinda like how trauma can be cyclical. In the present day, we see an older Keen who's old and decrepit. Again, highlighting how everything's destroyed by time. He says, "I was always partial to licorice," which is a deep cut from the book, as here we hear about his love for the sweetening interlude. There, Mike interviews the older Mr. Keen about a shootout with some gang members back in the day, way before the Loser Club formed or were even born. He offers Mike licorice multiple times, so it's a great Easter egg for book readers. He also says H2O eye drops, and that it's all in his head, which is what he thought about when handing over the asthma medicine to Bill. Eddie's then grabbed by the claw we saw under Pennywise's glove, and it's clear the clown's talking through Mr. Keen. He then wants them to turn around, but why would the creature give them this heads up when it could quite easily feast on them? Well, again, adults are more difficult to fear, and it knows it's defeated them as children, so yeah, it's gonna be way worse here. It is completely terrified, and it's basically giving them this warning almost like it's a favor, but Yeah, it's very, very scared. We then cut to Bev, who returns home looking for her father. This is a pretty similar scene of the book, and it's one of the scariest parts of it, chapter 2. You see Marsh, but it changes to Kirsch, which is a little sign that things aren't right. She then heads into the bathroom, which is a grim reminder of hearing the kids in the sink. The room's been updated to look a lot nicer though, but yeah, something just ain't right here. Miss Kirsch invites her in and says she used to be a Marsh. She also says that she knew her father, and in hindsight, this could explain that it was Pennywise corrupting him to be abusive. The woman then sips the tea and her teeth turn yellow before Bev's cup turns to blood. Eventually, she transforms into a full rotting corpse that carries her father's voice. Running outside, she's almost hit by a van and sees the grim reality. The house is really just boarded up and run down. Again, I'm going to repeat myself, playing into that idea of decay. I feel like it's definitely the highlight out of all the returns though, and the only one with a genuinely spooky moment. The director deliberately did not have any extras when Bev was in the street, and this was done to make it look creepy. We then cut to Audra back in England, who's chastised by a man named Greco, who's possibly a replacement for the Attic Room's producer Freddie Firestone. The argument is largely the same as in the book though, as Audra then follows her husband to Derry. The producer also hits on her and threatens to turn her into an enemy should she decide to leave. He despises Bill, and our Losers Club leader hinted how he hated him at the start of the movie. Despite this, she goes anyway. In the book, she then crosses paths with Tom Rogan, who follows her and realizes she looks a lot like his wife. Here though, the love triangle takes a back seat. The reunion starts as each of the grown-ups meet at the Chinese restaurant, which is a massive part of the book. Richie prangs out and vomits once again, which he also did after the call in the book and show. Bev is also overcome with emotion as she faints, and yeah, luckily Eddie was like, "Oh, I'm ready mate, I'm ready," because my reactions are terrible mate, and she would have hit the floor like the like button, eh? Ben is clearly still in love with her though, which Ritter shows in his actions. He then kisses Bill lovingly, and it's kind of like the one who got away. Interestingly, in the book, she actually has sex with Bill at this point. Audra, I hardly knew her. In the book, it's here she remembers sleeping with all of them in the sewers, which yeah, I can understand just suppressing this because I've almost suppressed it myself. I know it's supposed to symbolize him growing up, King, yeah, but it's very sus. Eddie then mentions that when he returned, a looming veil came over and he remembered what happened. Bev says the word skewers, which causes Eddie to break down in some pretty dodgy acting. We are wondering where Stanley is though, and we get another cheesy montage of the friends eating a succulent Chinese meal. What is the crime, Pennywise? Eating a succulent Chinese meal? We interestingly have the same song play from when they built the dam, which was a key moment in the formation of their friendship. They discuss their love life as Richie says he's been down the altar a few times and Eddie says he's seen someone. Turns out he's a virgin though, mate, but he says that he didn't find anyone else to love other than the group, but he didn't remember them, so why did he not find anyone else? But yeah, all that is still, I'd prefer he's a virgin than we get the scene with Beverly in the book, mate, to be fair. Either way, they all talk about how Henry confessed to all the murders, and due to the death stopping because of Pennywise's defeat, the police ended up believing him. In the book, he was actually pushed to confess to all the murders and then sent to Juniper Hill, with it being hills in the miniseries, but we're being thorough. It's a brutal place, and it's wild to know he's just been made to sleep in the hallway. Also, yeah, I know he was a couple of years older than the kids, but he looks like 15 years older here. All this shit. In one of the weirdest moments in the movie, we then see Pennywise appear on the moon, which might be a reference to the 1902 movie Trip to the Moon. In the book, we actually saw his childhood friends speak to him, but yeah, I totally get why they just went to Pennywise, because you'd be like, been a week? Who the hell is this guy? Like a week since the last episode if you were watching it at the time, you know what I mean. He's then given his trademark flick knife as Pennywise kills the orderly, who's called Coots. Pennywise appears as a dog in the book, which is explained a bit more there, but its head was not that of a man or clown. It was the head of a Doberman Pinscher, the only animal on God's green earth of which John Kuntz was frightened. Kuntz then drops a roll of coins, and in the book, they use these to beat the patients. Seeing these further sends Henry off the deep end, and he just goes mental. The orderly's name may also be a reference to Dean Kuntz, who's another horror author. Cutting back to the dinner, Richie wants to leave and Ben says let Mike speak before they're scattered to the four winds.
Suppose we give Mike a chance to fill us in before we scatter to the four winds. Is that too much trouble?
Which is something Mike thought of early in the book. And because they're scattered to the four winds, they have no way of knowing the identical patterns their lives have taken. Mike then says he's taken care of the bill and is clearly trying to keep their focus on the task. Sadly, they never discuss that he earns a very meager sum compared to the rest of them, and he's basically brought them all back, doing them a favor, paying for the meal, and wanting them to stay. The fortune cookies are then brought out, and Richie says,
"See my fortune now. You're gonna be eaten by a big greasy monster. Have a nice day."
Which is a line right out the book. They then open them up and see they contain blood, a cockroach, an eye, a spider, and a baby chick. The latter may even be a callback to the Bowers burning down Mike's barn, as mentioned earlier. The spider is of course once again hinting at the form of Pennywise in the final showdown. These creatures were all puppets though, and practical effects, which, looking at it, pretty impressive. In the book, the meal took place at lunchtime, and all of the scenes of the losers rediscovering Derry took place afterwards in the chapter walking tours. But I prefer it being at night. This also allows them to go back to the library in the evening. I love how the blood is also still there from Richie's vision, which has infected them all. It also triggers Beverly into remembering when she was a kid, desperately trying to clean the bathroom. Richie says that if Stan doesn't reply, then he's a dead man, and ironically, they then learn his fate. Mike actually already knew it in the books and revealed this grim news at the meal, but it would have ruined the succulent Chinese meal. It does work well here though, and basically the pace kicks up and the final hour flies by. We then cut to a flashback of Bill riding his bike with Stan on the back. It's a scene that Bill remembered when he touched the bike, and the one we get in the book. Stan then sprints towards him, and we know that Stan saw Pennywise the same day they went into the sewers. In the book, he actually looked right into its deadlights after coming across the being at a house. This was the standpipe, which is where he saw the mummy. He holds out the bird book almost like a shield, and in the book, Pennywise at one point appears like a giant bird. It's possible that this was inspired by the house on Nearbolt Street, and I just love the idea there's a house in your area full of monsters and demons. The biggest spook thus far then happens when we see Stanley Lewis's head in the fridge. The same one that Mike kept his beer in, which, yeah, better not have drank that, mate. In the book, it's a little different though, as they're all adults and they brought their own booze. Looks like there's cans of Red Stripe as well, whereas Mike has Bud Light in the book. Look, we're being thorough. Now, they do the adult in the movie, the adult head, but in the book, it was actually a young Stan, which might have been done due to the actor's abilities, because he really sells that they all float down here. In the book, his mouth was stuffed with feathers and his head then rolled out on the floor. Balloons also came out and warned them to turn back, but sadly, it's not utilized in the movie. But yeah, the balloons constantly recur throughout. The effect here used was a split screen where the actor was filmed from the head up and then projected onto the refrigerator, with the dummy then being used for the wide shots. Bill once more then tries to repeat the words,
Rust.
He thrusts his fist against the post and still insists he sees the ghosts.
Which again kind of goes back to when he was fighting Pennywise in the book and trying to regain his control of the situation. Basically got his vocabulary flowing, but Pennywise has weaponized it to silence him. Ending the library scene, we then see Pennywise drop a rainstorm inside. There's also one at the asylum, and it basically foreshadows the flooding that happens at the end. They all head back to the Derry Inn, which is where they're staying. In the book, this was the Derry townhouse, but we're being thorough,
10%.
and Mike has a full box of helmets with torches,
nice.
which he wanted to tell them he had in the book. Richie then goes off, and we get beep beep Richie again. And yeah, it says it constantly, like all the fucking time in the book. Listen to the audio book and read it, and Richie's constant shit does my head in. Once one of the most annoying characters I've ever read. But on an analytical level, I've seen many people have a myriad of different interpretations of this. On the surface, the kids say when he's going too far, and it's a way for them to control the situation and just calm him down. Some say it's the kids referring to the Roadrunner's catchphrase, meaning that he's running his mouth. Others have said that in the 50s, comedians would have been buzzed or beeped off stage. Considering he's usually telling jokes non-stop, I think this is the most likely. We then see Eddie try and cope by taking his inhaler. Even though he hints he knows it's a placebo, it's still sort of his comfort blanket. Bev even enables him by saying it's good medicine and it works because he believes. Mike then says how their togetherness made them strong and it's something that helped them survive. Predators usually try to isolate children, which can't happen here. Pennywise mostly attacks them when they're alone, except on a few occasions. As mentioned earlier, we talked about Beverly's flashback and how the adults in the town turned a blind eye to Bowers assaulting them. This is what made her realize that something was wrong with the town and that it had infected the adults. The power of friendship is also explored later as Bev remembers how the lads helped her clean up the blood. We then catch up with poor old Audra as she's racing to get to her husband. She's largely just reduced to someone who needs saving, but in the book, her inner monologue provides a lot of detail on her and Bill's relationship. Ultimately, she's a great way to show how fear can paralyze you and stop you from acting out. She's sent into a catatonic state and metaphorically sums up the partners of the Losers Club. However, as this is TV, again, a lot had to be cut. She's taken by Pennywise though, which feels superfluous here. Even if it's important as she's in his nest later. But yeah, not really needed, and she's kind of Bill's anchor outside of Derry and a reminder of the future that they have outside the town. Again, they cut that in the book, including that Tom Rogan was following her. There, he was the one who actually kidnapped her and he was doing Pennywise's bidding. Back at the hotel, Ben then explains how he lost weight. Like most of the kids, he left town not too long after their summer adventure. Ben's story here is given much more detail in the book, as he explained how he and his mother moved to Nebraska to live with family members. Ben's also rubbing Bev's shoulders while he explains this and offers to get her shawl as he can tell that she's cold. My guy is a tier 3 simp and he goes to her room to get it. Bill says don't go alone, but then all the characters go to their rooms alone, which just sets up the perfect time for poor old Ben to be caught out. Pennywise tricks him into thinking that Bev's confessing her love for him. It's his ultimate fantasy come true, but in a clear nod to The Shining, he then sees the truth in the mirror. Later on at the hospital, she confesses her love for real, but it's something that Ben doesn't trust, which is completely understandable, especially with the whole sewers bit, mate. Proper sloppy sevenths there. Meanwhile, Henry Bowers attacks Mike, but when getting on top, he's pulled off and then stabs himself. His sad little life is over, and he goes out like the coward that he is. However, it goes down a little different in the book, as Henry has a lot more backstory. He even has a chapter where he and his mates keep farting, and a whole thing about how beans would make his family toot. But we need to cut it, which is unfortunate because it's a very important scene. Then explained how he left his friends to die and ran off when Pennywise attacked. Again, playing off how he ran when confronted in the rock fight. In the book, he then tracks down Mike to the library, and it's at this location where he attacks him. He then goes to the hotel to kill each one of the losers one by one. However, like the movie here, Eddie has a hand in his death after Henry tries to take him out. In both the book and miniseries, the bully's last words are also "Gug." Bloody Gug. What does it mean? What does it mean? The switchblade that he has here is also the same one from when he was a kid, which again was a present that Pennywise gave him to basically go and kill his dad with. Thankfully, the 2017 and 2019 movies delve a bit more into Henry Bowers' psyche, but they avoided the farting and I'm sure there's like a handy J, we'll say, in the woods, which, yeah, best to cut it because it's weird. They also didn't rush Mike to hospital, as in the book he was already there, but I think this change makes it more exciting for the show. In the end though, with Stanley dead and Mike laid up in bed, it's gonna be a tough job defeating the clown. Outside, Bev then recites the haiku to Ben, with the pair confirming their love. In the book, he actually told her as a child when they were trying to run away from Henry Bowers. It's something that she forgot, and she assumed that Bill wrote it because, yeah, he grew up to be a professional writer. But I'll be honest as well, the haiku is shit. It's terrible haiku. At the hospital, Bill then comes up with a cover story as Mike reveals that he kept the silver slugs all this time. One will represent Mike and the other will represent Stan, and they'll be used to then go and defeat Pennywise on a spiritual level. Turns out that Mike actually went back to the sewers alone, which is where he found them, and he was thinking that he could end his life by basically going to confront Pennywise head on. It was a bold plan, and I wouldn't want it to go out that way. However, upon finding these silver slugs, he saw them as being a second chance. Deciding to get his life together, Mike understands that if he really wants to leave Derry, then they have to vanquish this evil. They also debate about what to do with Henry's body. They're alone against the evil of the town, and they have to handle this all by themselves. But I would just dump him in the sewers, mate, which is better than the plan that they come up with. They basically just put a rug over the top of him and leave him at the hotel and hope for the best.
People, that is a dead body. You're not seriously suggesting we walk out of here and leave it lying there?
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, mate, we'll see what happens when scientists discover DNA. Fucking check the sign-in book and bang to rights. It's weird how not a single staff member heard any of the commotion and doesn't immediately call the police and have them all arrested. Like even the ones like seeing Mike getting rushed off to the hospital, like no one on the desks checking on the guests. But yeah, they all decide that they're gonna leave, but Richie then sees another murders on the news, and it shows that if they basically leave behind their duty, then more kids will die. To be fair with Henry's body, I doubt the police are going to care, because it's like a murder every day here. I did chuckle though when the fangirl on the desk, she once spilled to sign the book, but she genuinely, did he not hear anything at all? Bill then hears for Elise, and he remembers his promise and debt to Georgie. It's what makes him decide to go down and take out the evil once and for all. I did wonder though if this was given to him by the turtle, because I doubt Pennywise would want to stop them from leaving. He then gives a speech and remembers begging for help, which is when they're inspired to go and finally take down Pennywise. They all hug once again, just like they did in the Barrens when he said he needed help. Returning to the pipe, Richie finally decides that he has to help the rest of his friends. Ben remembers the pom-poms, but Bill's shocked to see Audra's purse. He runs off alone, which is the one thing he shouldn't do, as staying together's their strength. He's also the kids' leader, which is why Pennywise used his wife to spook him out. We also see spiderwebs line the corridor, and it foreshadows the spider form. Going through the pipe, we then see the red light that's synonymous with Pennywise. It chooses to use red for most of the balloons, and it fits in with the blood that it's gonna usher forth. Ooh, sounds ominous that. Entering the place, they first beat it, they then find it completely overgrown. I do wonder if people even come down here anymore, and yeah, it's crazy to think like we have all these tunnels under us that people rarely if ever go down. I chuckled at Eddie as well, as he looks like some 1920s explorer, but yeah, whatever makes you feel brave. Some people even dress as James Bond, I've heard. As yeah, that they also then see Georgie's boat. It's a great full circle moment, and this is where the nightmare started for Bill, and it's also where he saw his brother, which is what he sees again here. Luckily it disappears when Bill remembers it's not real, which is a continuation of the first encounter. Pennywise then appears like some sort of projection on the wall, taunting them and saying how they'll see the deadlights. Bill surmises though that the physical form has to be here. We then get a hint that Bill and Bev will end up together as he's holding her very close. Beverly then uses the boat to guide them to the lair. Due to how sturdy it is, it was able to float the entire way and take them to the heart. This leads them to a tiny door and what's been lying at the center. The lair is ominous and creepy, and it reminds me of something from the Goonies. Or more specifically, something like Shelob's lair in The Lord of the Rings. Also, maybe even Montezuma's at the Metro Center. If you know, you know. Bill then sees Audra all caught up in its webbing, reminding me of the cocoon scenes in Aliens. In hindsight, you know, having watched Lord of the Rings recently, it's also very similar to when Frodo appeared in Return of the King, which, if they'd read the book before this, may have inspired that. The spider animation is very dodgy though, and I feel like the movie falls apart a bit when it reveals the mystery. However, the spider ended up costing about $200,000, which was a big budget sink at the time. It weighed 500 pounds, was operated by remote control, and was unlike anything made for TV. It even had a person inside of it to add some extra control. If it looks weird moving about though, there is a reason. Due to how heavy it was, the spider was shot in super slow motion. It was then sped up, which ultimately made it appear like the stop-motion creatures from Jason and the Argonauts. It's vastly overpowered and pretty quickly kills Eddie. This gives Beverly the chance to fire the silver, and the spider then retreats as they all say their goodbyes. R.I.P. Virgin Bozo. Nah, but it did always kind of annoy me that Eddie was killed, and I always wish they'd kept him alive. Deciding to finish the job, they then basically go and kick the shit out of it. Push it over, push it over. Ripping its heart out, we then see the deadlights go out once and for all. The book had another time recurrence of the ritual of Chud, and then the storm ravages the city. Audra and some of the victims are then lowered, and we see as they go out to the surface. Cutting to their oath as a kid, Mike writes a journal entry before he inevitably forgets it. He decides to leave his position as the quote-unquote lighthouse keeper and head somewhere down the road. Eddie is never forgotten by Richie though, and he goes on to star in movies with someone just like his childhood friend. The movie did a great job of showing their friendship, as Eddie's mostly with Richie. The movie's clapperboard also says Jay Bezowick, which is a reference to Gene Bezowick, who was the script supervisor. Audra is also in a catatonic state, but Bill decides to beat the devil one last time. Riding out on Silver with her on the frame, it finally awakens her. Beat the Devil is the name of the final chapter in the book, and it's him finally vanquishing the evil. Sadly though, in both the book and miniseries, their memory fades and they go back to their adult lives once more and don't really remember Derry. At least our boy Ben ends up with Bev, but I've always wondered, like, do they even remember how they got together in the first place? Derry is actually pretty destroyed as a result of killing it though, but the miniseries avoids all of that and just gives us a nice happy ending. But we do hear one last laugh from the clown. This might be the final scare, but it also hints that it isn't actually dead. Pennywise later appeared in the Tommyknockers, which was set after it. There's also possible further proof in King's book Dreamcatcher. There we saw graffiti on a plaque commemorating the victims, saying Pennywise lives. Either way, that wraps up the movie / TV show, and I'd of course love to hear your thoughts. Did you enjoy it? Do you think it holds up? Isn't it crazy that this was just 10 years before Lord of the Rings and CGI and effects advanced that much? Isn't it crazy? Right, yes, if you agree. Obviously though, if you've got a more in-depth thought out comment than that, then please leave it below, and if you want to keep up to date with what we're doing, then make sure you follow us at Instagram on Instagram at Heavy Spoilers. It's very early when I'm recording this, and as you can see, it's been a very long video. Speaking of keeping up to date with us as well, if you want to watch videos like this every week, early before anyone else, then make sure you check out our membership by just clicking the join button. For just 99 cents a month, you'll get an in-depth breakdown like this every single week, a week before anyone else gets to see them publicly, and it all goes towards helping us do big in-depth breakdowns in the first place. So it's kind of like a cyclical thing. It's like it's a pyramid scheme basically. If you tell everyone to sign up for 99 pence and they get people to sign up for 99 pence, at the end of it, I'll be able to just spend my days doing this stuff instead of getting an actual job. So I appreciate it, and with that out of the way, thank you for watching this video. We've got a breakdown of something else on screen right now. And I've been your host, Paul. You have been the best as always, and I will see you next time. Take care. Peace.
Speak, quickie.
This.
Alright, let's watch it. The downfall of the faithful sheriff. Yeah, I don't know about downfall. You gotta be up to get a down.
So it's said that every somewhat successful product has a cheap copy. For example, with Snickers, we have Snipers. For Coke, we have Pepsi.
Hey!
That was a joke, by the way, Pepsi lovers. Although you have
I don't
no
mind
taste
Pepsi,
buds,
it's
I
okay.
assume you at least have enough brain cells to comprehend that it was in fact a joke. Now go drink your product that tastes like warm piss. But Dr. Pepper clears both, by the way. Anyway, continue.
Alright, Asmongold.
Where I left off, for Live Leak, we have Instagram Reels now. For Moist Critical, we have Pyro Live. We even now have a whole LARPverse of people acting like popular YouTubers.
LARPbuskus
Hello,
is
once
crazy.
again, audience. When we left off, I was actually in a...
Yeah, but LARPing and like making a joke out of LARPing is different than like literally trying to skinwalk as another individual. I think there's like a humor to this.
different world.
I assume by now you get my point where one product has seen success, you
Apple-Bus! Didasa! Moskva! Oh my god, yes! I love this. Abi bus, abi boss, upseeds, adidididas.
will often see cheaper copies that attempt to replicate said product in hopes of seeing a portion of the success the original saw.
Wrong goals!
It's somewhat normal to see nowadays, and the same thing can be seen on the internet, especially with content creators. When one creator sees a large amount of attention, sometimes others will attempt to copy aspects of that creator to reap the same benefits.
Yeah, and it works, otherwise people wouldn't do it.
Whether it's doing the same things, creating the same content, or even attempting to copy the personality of the original. However, in this category, unlike the off-brand products versus the name-brand products, it very rarely works out for the person copying the original content creator. Yes, initially you'll probably get a lot of attention if it's abundantly clear you are copying the original, and people are only there to either gawk at the laugh or make fun of you for what you're obviously doing, but long term it often doesn't work out, as people will probably get bored rather fast if that's your only selling point, unless you actually manage to develop your content.
Is he supposed to be copying Speed?
Slowly distance yourself from just being that guy that copied another person. A good example of this is with the 10's clone 11's. Someone that's main selling point was he looked exactly like the esports player 10's, and he got popular mainly on platforms like TikTok around 2023 due to that fact. And he played into it for some time until he branched away to do his own thing and is doing fairly well in that endeavor. But
yeah, and that's good because he found his own thing and he actually is funny, probably. Half the problem is that these copycats don't have a personality of their own. Look, he's doing so well for himself. Like, geez, yeah, he clearly found a niche and people enjoy it.
Fairly well in that endeavor. But what if every time people got bored of you copying another creator, instead of, like I said, branching away and developing yourself past being just a copy? And what if every time people got bored of you, instead you just continued and moved on to copy another creator?
You're literally a skinwalker.
And it works so well, in fact, that you become so well known as a copy, you become synonymous and almost just as popular as one of the very creators you were copying. And in some cases, people actually confuse you with the original, or they don't even know there was an original in the first place. And it even develops to the point where it becomes some Ouroboros type shit, and groups of other people begin copying you, with each one differing slightly with their version and most definitely their personality, to say the least.
Oh my god! Nah!
But it's now just copies of copies, and it starts to get really ridiculous.
Dude,
on top of the fact, countless other
fuck?
controversies and things from your past begin rearing their head as you slowly become more and more hated by the wider internet, resulting in people eventually granting you the prestigious title very few are fortunate enough to be bestowed, which is an internet lolcow.
Yeah.
That is more or less the summary of the creator we are going to be speaking about today, with that being the faithful sheriff, formerly known as Dr. Witnesser, or Edward Preach Fishing, or just
Should have been just a fisherman. You know what sucks? Depending on how long ago he started this channel, he could have been like, this popped off, this genre actually popped off, like probably like just a little bit before COVID, and then during COVID it like really exploded. There are so many camping, fishing, outdoor activity, building, like he could have done that, but I guess he just didn't pop off because he probably just sucks. He's not entertaining.
This is someone that I've briefly spoken about before in another video, and someone that within their current lab is a peanut that, if you couldn't tell, is a blatant copy of an already existing streamer that many of you may know as the guy from Fortnite, or alternatively the popular streamer the Burnt Peanut.
Love you, nut. Peanut's middle is the perfect place for my froggy penis. I want to wear them like a sweet, sweet ass pucker.
And as I alluded to earlier on, people are either
I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. I like queso and penis type of humor. Retarded like that.
dead. Fortunately, not that terminally online,
I'm
or the
stupid.
faithless sheriff has honed his
I'm a
craft so
child.
well over the years that it even puts the TF2 spy to shame, because some people actually confuse him as the original Peanut. And quite recently,
No, I don't blame them. It's the same thing as VTubing. Like, a lot of people just don't have, like, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll be blunt. I just think a lot of people are fucking stupid. They see white hair and then they automatically think you're another VTuber. And it's not even close. It's not like you have the same voices, you don't have the same cadence, you don't have the same accents. It's just people are fucking stupid. They can't tell the difference.
he's been everywhere, getting a lot of online attention, but obviously not for anything good. Because right now he's basically the internet's fleshlight, primarily because, for one, as we'll find out, it can be said he's a serial copycat. His on-screen behavior alone has caused quite a few problems, and he's found himself in multiple controversies due to recent and past events under his previous personas.
So, back in the day of the 1910 and 1800s, people would refer to black individuals as...
And a lot of people...
Why would you... What is that clip?
Nowadays only really tune into his streams and content to basically clown on him.
Did he get
and
banned
make
for
his
that? I
life a
wonder.
living hell.
Did he really say it? I think so. I think I've seen the full clip on Twitter. Yeah, I remember kind of not researching, but I think I talked about him because he was like freaking out at Peanut and saying like, oh, Peanut sent a cease and desist, but it was like actually fake and he was doing it for attention. And Peanut completely ignored him and donut walled him, as he fucking should. And I'm like sitting here like, God damn.
Make your income.
Do that?
Yeah, Fortnite pay you?
No, my stream, my views, my TikTok, my videos pay me. Yeah.
So you're not a 300-pound chud loser who asked to have a micro penis on the Peanut VTuber in Twitter?
But we'll be looking into the faithful sheriff and his past today in order to answer the question if he deserves said notoriety and hate, or is it all just simply overblown? But first, where did the faithful sheriff come from?
Show me the fishing channel.
Oh, are you black?
Yeah.
Oh, good. If I'm a white dude, but I say the N-word like this, I'll give you an example. A guy calls me the N-word, and I say, bro, I'm not a...
So before becoming the faithful sheriff, Joseph was known under another
Maybe don't say it in the middle of Chicago. Like...
name or persona,
yeah,
if
I don't
you will.
know, you might be
A far more
paced by
infamous
that
and
point,
hated
buddy.
name that still rightfully follows him around to this day. It's kind of like his dark backstory, maybe his green...
It's not even a dark backstory. He was clearly farming for clout and clipping. Like, let's be real.
Goblin era, one could say, before he later became the Peanut we all know and love, where he does almost the exact same style of content he was previously so infamously known for.
It's
But he
forced.
started making content mainly streaming on Twitch all the way back in 2020.
Yeah, he's been
Now
out
if you
for a
remember
while, huh?
anything about 2020, not only was it one of the good years, but two major things were happening.
Yeah.
One was the rise of COVID
Everybody
leading
was
to
at
the
home.
lockdowns, and the other, probably because of COVID, was the huge jump in popularity surrounding live streaming, which both led to a dramatic increase in people starting to stream themselves and the amount of people tuning into certain streamers like Ninja, Jinxie, XQC, and more relevant to this story, Dr. Disrespect. Now, Dr. Disrespect was quite popular prior to 2020 and before his late...
Yeah, because he's pretty good at the game and he's funny. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate.
His accusations, and no, I'm not talking about
Dr.
the
Diddy?
cheating situation.
No, the other one.
Stupid fucking mistake, man.
But before his latest controversy, Dr. Disrespect was one of the top streamers. He had an enjoyable on-stream persona, he had cool transitions, his production quality was genuinely impressive,
Yeah.
and he even briefly dabbled...
He was honestly kind of like a VTuber. I'm not even joking. Didn't the US kidnap him? Yo, that's lore right there. That one's a good one. That one's a good one. When they kidnapped the president of Venezuela, someone photoshopped Dr. Disrespect like in the famous picture of him sitting in the airplane or like the helicopter or whatever. Yeah, Maduro. And he kind of has like a mustache. He looks a little bit like him, but they obviously photoshopped him so it looks a lot like Dr. Disrespect. And Dr. Disrespect actually tweeted and replied to it and said, "Stop doing this! Stop it!"
Then
I'll find
music
the picture.
production.
A Gillette!
Thousands poured into the so-called Champions Club every day and enjoyed watching his streams, with one of said viewers being Joseph. In fact, he liked Dr. Disrespect.
Oh my god, they didn't even Photoshop it. It was literally just him. The White House tweeted this. He said, "Stop licking me. It's not funny." It wasn't even Photoshop.
And idolized him so
that's
much
criminal,
he was
man.
inspired to start
That is pretty
streaming
criminal.
himself. But instead of starting his streaming career as himself and slowly discovering what type of streamer he wanted to be and evolving his
Yeah, you gotta
content
find
over
yourself,
time,
I
but
get
in
it.
his case he basically decided to say fuck that and became a Dr. Disrespect clone, even naming himself after him with the username Dr. Witnesser. And when he did eventually start streaming, he attempted to replicate both the look and aesthetic of the Dr. Disrespect streams. Now look, I get being inspired by other creators,
Yeah.
but there's being inspired where you maybe take one or two things and do it in your own style, but
Uh-huh.
then there's attempting to be a one-to-one copy with both
And the fact that he jumps around just shows me that his brain is like basically just fueled for clout. I think like you as a person, obviously it's nice to have clout, ha ha ha. But to me personally, it's like it shouldn't trump like having fun and being your goober ass self. Like yeah, obviously I have traits or things that I do because I've seen other people streaming for a really long time and like I don't know, mannerisms or like the way I do things. Sure, like people could be like, oh, well, you kind of do it like this person, or like you kind of laugh like this person. I get it, but
Oh
I
my
have my
God.
own thing, right? This guy clearly skinwalks.
look and
'Cause that's all he
name. And at that
does.
point, you aren't simply taking inspiration, you're attempting to blatantly copy that
Yeah, to
person.
be them.
But to be fair to Mr. Witnesser, his on-stream
Wow.
antics were vastly different to that
What
of
a
Dr.
piece
Disrespect.
of
And it
shit.
wasn't just out of nowhere he decided to become a copy of Dr. Disrespect. There is a tiny bit of lore to the LARP, which heavily relates to what he does on stream and the infamous acts he's known for within the space.
What did he
So
do?
from what he has publicly divulged,
Is
the
he like a
story
priest or
basically
something?
goes pre-COVID, he was heavily religious and he was a part of a local church. And at said church, he asked if anybody wanted to go door to door with him to try and spread the word of their religion
Okay.
to people in their local area. But unfortunately, nobody wanted to do this with him. So he just decided to do it himself. But then COVID
No,
hit, so he now couldn't attend church or
What
go
religion?
door
I
to door
don't
to
know.
speak about his
They didn't
religion.
say.
So taking inspiration from his now favorite streamer, he had an idea. And with said idea, along with basically copying Dr. Disrespect's name and appearance, he would market himself and his streams in an area not many were doing at the time. He got into the meta early, if you will. And this was,
Yeah.
as he titled it, bringing the gospel to gamers.
I go into games and tell people about Jesus.
You go into games like
Mhm.
Fortnite games
Mhm.
and tell people about Jesus.
I tell them the gospel message, man. The gospel message.
I'm just not one for doing that, man. It's one thing to like go to someone's door and ring on the doorbell and you know what kind of person is going to be standing there, like probably trying to talk to you about Jesus and stuff, but you can just not answer the door. Like you're in a lobby with this guy. Like yeah, sure you can mute him, but at least he's going to talk to you for the first couple of minutes. I also think like games aren't like the place to talk about that thing. People are sensitive about religion. Yeah. My parents used to say, like, religion's kind of like sex. Like, a lot of people do it, but, like, you don't want to fucking talk about it with someone that, like, I don't know, you don't really fucking know.
This is of the good Lord. When I went to church, I asked people, did they want to go knocking on doors and telling people the good message, you know? Like,
Sex is fun, yeah, but you don't talk about, like, sticking your dick in your girlfriend's ass with, like, a stranger in the grocery store. You're, like, an actual weirdo if you do that shit.
because I was excited to
Yeah, sure.
do something for the Lord and
No,
share
you
it through my
don't.
neighborhood
It's
and
weird.
stuff.
I
And
think it's weird.
nobody volunteered to help me. Like nobody. I said, okay,
Either
well,
way.
screw that. I'll do it myself. And then COVID happened, and then everybody stayed indoors, so I decided to do it online in the games.
sure, yeah.
I went viral for doing that.
Yes, he would preach his beliefs in Fortnite games. And look, I'm not the best when it comes to religion. I do have my own beliefs, but I think one of the worst places to preach one's religion is on a game. Let alone a game like Fortnite, where the average player is either an infant or just mentally checked out, because that's the only way you can play that game. And that's not mentioning the fact that most people would rather just play a game than have a conversation.
And you're having a fucking philosophical discussion about religion and like morality with someone that you barely know. You don't know where they came from. Like, if you're going in a church space, at least to some extent they live in your community and they're probably gonna talk to you about their problems. You don't know what the fuck this person's going through. They just want to play that fucking game.
About religion. On top of the fact,
And by the way, any religion.
among the average gamer, some slurs
weird.
are going to be involved, let's be honest.
Oh, what? You're live on Twitch?
Wow! Average COD lobby?
It's just not the best place for you to attempt to educate people on your beliefs, in my opinion. But the act of simply preaching about one's religious belief on a game is not why Dr. Witnesser is so infamously known. It was more about how he did it. Because when he finally found someone with a functioning mic in his lobby, he would always prioritize trying to educate them on his religion by any means necessary, and he will be very persistent in this endeavor.
Jesus or Satan?
Jesus.
Okay, good choice.
Oh, Satan.
But don't use
But
that.
that's a little kid, man.
That's little kids shouldn't be swearing, bro. No. Jesus wouldn't want you swearing, right? If Jesus
What? He's saying F. What? I can't say frick?
was standing in front of you, right? What would you ask him?
I don't know. Can we play the game?
Yo, even the little kid! Well, can we play the game?
We're playing the game. You can't talk and play the game at the same
No, I'm
time.
trying to enjoy myself.
I can.
Okay.
I'm just more focused.
Yeah, oh my god, this poor little kid, man.
Focus on Jesus.
Obviously, he's coming on a bit strong there. They clearly indicate they don't want to talk about
Dude,
this.
I'm gonna say it. If you're a fucking kid in a game, I'm probably fucking muting you within the first 30 seconds. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. It's just weird being a fucking adult talking to a kid in a video game or like Discord or anything like that. The only time you should talk to a kid is like if they're out in the street and like fucking their parents are around. Or I don't know, asking for help. I guess it depends, but like there's reasons not to talk to a kid as an adult. It's just weird.
But he still persists, and even more concerning, that is a literal child who's trying to educate on his religion, and that's what he's most known for, basically ramming his religion down people's throats, even when they refuse.
Not here to listen to your Bible study.
Hey, dude.
True.
It's the most important thing you're ever going to listen to in your whole entire life because it's going to save your life.
That's not gonna win people over. What's this saying? You win people over with honey rather than with vinegar?
You are not gonna do anything.
What?
Yeah.
Affect my life.
Really? So if I tell you if you don't turn from your wicked ways and repent and trust in Jesus, you're going to die and burn to hell and cease to exist and turn to ash? That's not going to affect anything you think about?
I don't care what you...
And you would think that the event I showed you earlier with him talking to a child about religion would be a one-off, because a normal person would either scale down or maybe not engage in such conversations with a child, because, you know, it's a child, and it's also not their child, so they very much don't have the right. But if you thought...
Yeah, that too. Like, again, I can't help but think to myself, like, the only time I talk to a kid, and I'm a girl, so some people are like, oh, well, I'm a dude, I don't talk to kids, period. I think if you're a girl, you can kind of get away with it. Like, oh, hey, what's going on? Like, oh, bye. You know, that kind of thing. People don't perceive it as that strange, but, like, if a dude does it, it's, like, even more strange. And that's obviously, like, gender bias, but still.
Oh, a dear old Dr. Witnesser wouldn't do such a thing again. You would be sorely mistaken, because he's done it multiple times.
Okay, who's Jesus? Tell me.
God's son.
Oh, okay. Nice. What did Jesus do for us?
Died.
On the cross?
Yeah.
Bro.
For our sins, right?
This
I
is
don't
fucking
really know.
weird, man.
Oh,
I
well,
don't go to church.
allow me to educate you if you want.
No one asked. This isn't a school. This is a classroom environment, man. And again, people who are religious, they don't think this is cool. This isn't like awesome, like fucking behavior. I bet you there's religious people in my chat and they think this is fucking weird as fuck.
God made Adam and Eve, the first two.
Let me educate you, and you're a child, and this isn't a classroom setting. Like, what the fuck? This is a Bible study class.
People. Jesus dying on the cross made it possible for us to be forgiven.
I need a little more metal.
I'm talking about Jesus here, son. Okay, listen.
Buddy, I'm trying to play the game. Just pass me the metal and the wood, bro.
Get the cars. You know,
Let's go. I got a legendary sniper.
you fight the good fight.
I need 250 wood.
Dude, this kid is dono walling him so fucking good, man.
Do you have any wood I could have?
Your lack of paying attention is disturbing me, bro.
Please.
You don't want to hear
What do you mean he's focusing on the game?
about Jesus?
Well, I kind of don't really care, but I need
what?
You should get a Bible. You could get one for free on your phone. Did you know that?
Oh my
Cool, I
fucking
don't
god.
really care.
Fucking
Find yourself a youth Bible and read more about God.
But this leads on to one event he's actually most known for, apart from the forcing his religion on people and the times he said things relating to race.
Did you say the N-word? And I'm like, what N-word? You mean?
But he is most infamously known for the time he preached to a child who had a different religion and basically said they are going to hell.
Bro, it's a child in a video game. What? You flip the script, it's still fucked, man.
They don't talk about it because they don't want to believe it, that's why. The Christianity in general, it doesn't matter that I'm in America. Christianity is all over the world. So
Yeah.
look, if you were to die in your sins
So
today,
is being
you
a
would be
Muslim.
sentenced to hell.
This is the thing Dr. Witnesser is most known for. Well, that and the time he told the child Santa isn't real.
People will say.
Now that's fucked. This is what I'm saying, bro. Making kids cry like that, that is not your place.
That Santa Claus isn't real. That your parents just bring you the presents.
Yeah, that's actually true, unfortunately. And that's another lie, and that people do spread. I don't teach my kids about Santa Claus because it's not real, and I don't lie to my kids.
However, after this event, Twitch in 2021, just a year after he started streaming, would decide enough is enough and would outright ban him from the platform indefinitely. And Mr. Witnesser would respond saying this ban was down to Twitch obviously hating Christianity because it goes against their agenda and the LGBTQ.
My name's
Or you're just a fucking weirdo. And you're talking to kids constantly. I feel like every other individual streamer, if they encounter a child, they usually mute them. Or they're like, you know, normal with them.
Dr. Witness, Twitch permanently banned me off their platform. The gospel of salvation is a message of love, and there's absolutely no hatred involved in a message like that. Twitch shows their intolerance to Christianity, and it's no surprise because...
What do you mean you told the Muslim kid he's going to hell? Why is it any of your fucking business? You're not being nice to the kid that's of a different religion than you. You're not, like, preaching tolerance either, man.
They're wrong.
Obviously, I think it should go both ways, but, like, I think Twitch kind of, like, cooked you on that one, bro.
By the LGBT community. If you go on his Twitch and tell them about homosexuality is a sin, that goes against their agenda.
He also claimed he would be pursuing legal action against Twitch for the ban, which is kind of ironic since the person he's copying, Dr. Disrespect, did the same thing when he was banned, but he won or settled his case with Twitch.
Yeah.
And Mr. Witness said, I don't think ever
I don't think he has a grounds to stand on anything, man.
started his case with Twitch.
I can see why people didn't want
Well-
to preach with him. Yeah, maybe he's just a fucking weirdo.
It's saying he was suing them. But anyway, Mr. Witnesser would be banned for the next 2 years on the Twitch platform, and within those 2 years he would continue his preaching and usual antics on other platforms like D-Live, which I've never heard.
What is that? Is that like a Roblox knockoff?
heard of before.
More,
but you would then
more little kids.
move from that platform to his new home, streaming on places like YouTube and Rumble. Also around this time, he did briefly start another channel on YouTube called Edward Creek Fishing, but that went nowhere and he stopped uploading.
Yeah, because he sucks. Again, I can't help but think to myself, back 4 years ago, this shit popped the fuck off. These aren't even bad thumbnails,
Really?
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think he's just not interesting.
After only 6 videos. But as the years went on, Dr. Witness never really changed his on-stream behavior, which just led to his reputation getting worse. And at the same time, clips of him either forcing his religion on others or getting trolled went viral.
I don't know, you might need... I don't know if we can res you. You might want to call God to resurrect.
Call a God.
Hey. That's not funny.
That's not funny.
It is.
Come on, that was a good one.
I didn't.
That was funny, man.
Dr. Witnesser. Gluttons of sin.
He's 41. Oh my god. Lord have
Videos
mercy.
going into his online activity also went viral, with the most
another
popular
one.
being a video by Curtis Connor with almost 10 million views. And in his twilight years as Mr. Witnesser, many would just give him the nickname and regard him as Dr. Chud. And for some reason, people would make edits of him where
This guy gives Chuds a bad name, bro.
he appears to be releasing gas or alluding to him doing things with children.
Epstein's Island, that shit.
Yo, I'm talking about like just...
I would just like it to be known, from what I found, there hasn't been any serious allegations of him talking explicitly to anyone underage, even though recently in TikTok comments people are circulating a certain Discord announcement which I'm pretty sure is completely fabricated. I think this allegation or misinformation mainly just comes from the thing with him forcing his religion on kids in-game, but with that said, he seriously was not helping himself when it came to people trying to allege he does things like this.
Yo, what's up, Doc? Long time fan. Just want to know, when did you know you liked kids? Oh. Wow. Yes, I talk to minors all the time. So what? But an 8-year-old, I talk to them all day, every day. So what?
Okay,
he's clip farming, surely. He's talking about his niece or son.
He's talking to his own children there.
Okay, alright. No, it's his own kids. Out of context, chat.
Own kids, just for context.
Yeah.
But his reputation was at complete rock bottom at this point. No matter what he did, people even knew him as the guy who attempted and failed to force his religion on people, even kids. Or he was known as the person who was a Dr. Disrespect clone that was being constantly clowned on and trolled. And around this time, it looked like he was going to be forever chained to this infamous reputation, or at least as long as he existed on the internet. But all of that changed in 2025 with the rise of another streamer. A streamer that goes by many names, from the Peanut to the best VTuber, depending on your definition of a VTuber.
Hello,
He's also known as Israel's greatest streamer.
Bro, this is the number one streamer of Israel.
Kaboom, kaboom.
Israel's finest.
Will never find me.
Yo, what the fuck is that, man? Yo!
I'm under the CIA witness protection, or the Israeli witness protection or something, or whatever the stupid shit has on this week. Whatever.
See,
this was
funny,
the band Peanut, a streamer that saw a huge rise in mid to late 2025, with a lot of people finding his content entertaining due to things like his on-stream personality, production quality, and his overall Peanut appearance, resulting in him standing out as a streamer. Which, with that said, some of said characteristics sound like what other people would have used to describe another streamer, but with Peanut's rise, a lot of people would take notice, including Dr. Witnesser, and he would once again be inspired, but this time he would shed his mortal skin and ascend to his next evolution.
Fucking gorilla, great.
Or his next laugh, if you want to be specific.
Yeah.
What does Goonin mean? It means playing with your dangle till it goofs. Wow.
Wow.
That's crazy. That's wow.
So coinciding with the rise of the burnt peanut, in early 2026, Dr. Witnesser would once again basically do the same thing he did with Dr. Disrespect, but this time with the burnt peanut. And he himself would become a P-tuber or VTuber, taking heavy inspiration from the burnt peanut.
Well, happy Tuesday, everybody! It's the Faithful Chef, and we're going into Fortnite and telling people about
Fucking
the good
gorilla.
Lord.
To be honest, since the burnt peanut
Glad that didn't change. So
rise,
stupid.
this type of thing wasn't uncommon. We saw a lot of the so-called food tubers around this time, where people would put their eyes and mouth on any inanimate object
Yeah, but that
or
died
food item.
instantly,
I'm
pretty
pretty
much.
sure